to speak and share their opinions and views on this presidential address or on this motion. However, the mover, who is the Senate Majority Leader, has about 30 minutes and to move this motion, and again 30 minutes to be replying to this motion. So members will this afternoon again take the floor to give out their views on this address. There are a number of issues that the President had addressed in his speech, matters to do with legislative agenda, matters to do with his administration, the plan for his administration, matters of his administration, matters to do with CS appearing on to Parliament. So I will now hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU and KBC. Good afternoon.
Mungu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao tumeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika Jamhuri hii ya Kenya. Tutakuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofanikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Order, members. What are the mamas for? Honorable Senators, we do have quorum to transact our business. Clerk, first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from the current C School, Nairobi County, who are on an academic trip. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Yes, Senator for Nairobi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. On behalf of the county delegation in Nairobi, I want to welcome our lovely students from Current C. I think you can just wave to the senators so that they see you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would have loved to introduce the rest of the Nairobi delegation, but I don't see my colleagues from Nairobi. We have quite a number of senators from Nairobi, my dear students and Mr. Speaker, but I am the head of delegation because I'm the one who was elected by your parents, students. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to come to the Senate. I hope that you will have a good experience that will inspire some of you to also sit in this house. I want to tell the students and the teachers, Mr. Speaker, that no dream is too big for you even at your early age. I can see most of you should be in middle school, right? Yes. So even for many of us who are here, you are lucky that you go to school in a county where there is a national senate and a national parliament. Some of us went to school in rural constituencies represented here by Honorable Khalwale. And we did not have the privilege that you guys have to be able to visit these national institutions. So I wish you a good time here. I hope that you are able to learn something. And Mr. Speaker, to the teachers who are here, I want to say thank you because I know they all voted for me. Thank you very much. Karibuni Senate.
The Honorable Senator is actually done with his welcoming remarks, Senator Khalwale. What is this that is out of order? Oh, okay.
It is the dignity of the House. It's against the practice and traditions of this House for any member in the public gallery, in the Speaker's gallery, to wave, greet, shout, congratulate, or acknowledge a member on the floor. I wonder that because most of us are still new here, the House guides itself that in future we should not ask delegations to cheer us and greet us, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Speaker. Very well, Senator Khalwale. If you're aware, the Honorable Senator for Nairobi is amongst the new senators, and certainly he has taken a piece of advice. Okay. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, the 6th of October, 2022. It's quite lengthy. The National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, regulations, legal notice number 120 of 2022. Central Bank of Kenya, Bank Supervision Annual Report for 2020. MSME's Credit Guarantee Scheme Performance Report by the National Treasury and Planning for financial year ended 30th June 2022. Public Service Commission Annual Report for financial year 2021-2022. East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022. East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2022. East African Community Appropriation Bill of 2022. The East African Community Competition Amendment Bill 2022. The East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2022. Resolution of the East African Legislative Assembly paying tribute to the late Right Honorable Jacob Ulanyas, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Resolution of the East African Legislative Assembly paying tribute to His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki, the third President of the Republic of Kenya. Resolution of the East African Legislative Assembly urging the EAC Council of Ministers to recommend partner states to enhance gender equality in access of food and nutrition security in East African community. Resolution of the East African Community Legislative Assembly urging the Council of Ministers to recommend the EAC partner states the eradication of child sexual abuse in the EAC region. Resolution of East African Legislative Assembly granting the members of the Assembly permission to access official documents of the House to be used in evidence before the East African Court of Justice on a matter regarding arrears owed to them. Report of the East African Legislative Assembly on communication, trade and investment on the spot assessment of the status implementation of East African Community One-Stop Border Post and the hydroelectric infrastructures at Elegu, Nemule, Kobero, Kabanga and Rusomo. Report of the East African Legislative Assembly on the accounts on the benchmarking mission of on the mandate of the National Assembly and implementation of recommendations of Parliament on annual audit reports. Reports of the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on agriculture, tourism, natural resources, on the oversight activity to assess the performance of the tourism sector in EAC. Report of the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on legal rules and privileges on the assessment of the status of ratification and implementation of EAC protocols and EAC laws by partner states. The East African Community projected financial statements for EAC budget for the financial year 2022-2023. Report of the East African Legislative Assembly Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on implementation of the Nairobi Protocol for Prevention, Control and Reduction of Small Arms and Light Weapons in the Greater Lake regions and the Horn of Africa. The annual report of the Controller of Budget for financial year 2020-2021. The report of the Controller of Budget on the National Government Budget Implementation Review for financial year 2021-2022. That's the first half. Report of the Controller of Budget on the annual National Government Budget Implementation Review for financial year 2021-2022. Report of the Controller of Budget on the County Government's Budget Implementation Review for financial year 2021-2022, the first 9 months. Report of the Controller of Budget on the County Government's Budget Implementation Review for financial year 2021 and 2022, the first quarter. Report of the Controller of Budget on annual County Government's Budget Implementation Review for financial year 2021-2022. Biannual report of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the period between July to December 2021. The annual report of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the financial year 2020 to 2021. The 7th Annual Task Summit report by Kenya Revenue Authority. The annual report of the Kenya Law Reforms Commission for financial year 2021-2022. The Kenya Water Tower status reports on Shimba Hills for the period of 2018 to 2019. That's the fourth quarter. The Kenya Water Tower status for Elgeyo Hills for the period 2018 to 2019, fourth quarter. Kenya Water Tower status report for Makuli Nzaui for the period of 2018 to 2019, fourth quarter. Kenya Water Towers status report for Chulu Hills for the period 2016 to 2017, the third quarter. Kenya Water Towers status report for Nyambene Hills for the period 2019 to 2020, the first quarter. Kenya Water Tower status report for Gwasi Hills for the period 2018 to 2019, fourth quarter. Kenya Water Tower status reports for East Mau, revised version, for the period 2016 to 2017. Kenya Water Tower status for the report for the Namanga Hills for the period 2018 to 2019, first quarter. Kenya Water Tower status for the report for Mount Elgon for the period of 2017-2018, the fourth quarter. The Kenya Water Tower status report for Cherangany Hills for the period of 2017 to 2018, the third quarter. The Kenya Water Tower status report for Southwest Mau for the 2018 to 2019, second quarter. The Kenya Water Tower status report for Kirisia Hills for the period of 2017 to 2018. Kenya Water Tower status report for Kirisia Hills for the period 2017 to 2018, first quarter. Kenya Water Tower status report for Endau Hill for the period of 2018 to 2019, second quarter. Kenya Water Tower Status Report for Nthangu, Kitondo for the period 2018-2019, second quarter. That's it. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Next order, please.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, the 11th of October, 2022. Before I proceed with the statement, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate all the senators on their election and convey my best wishes for your success in the discharge of your constitutional mandate. I also take this opportunity to congratulate colleagues who have been appointed to Senate leadership offices and convey my best wishes as you take up your duties and responsibilities of a said office. I express optimism that we will continue to work in a cordial and consultative manner to ensure that the mandate of the Senate is respected and that its legislative agenda is achieved. Mr. Speaker, sir, on Tuesday, the 11th of October 2022, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate, which is projected to contain business that will not be concluded from today's order paper and any other business scheduled by the committee. The order paper for Wednesday, 12th October 2022 will contain business that will not be concluded on Tuesday, 11th October, and on Thursday, 13th October, the order paper will contain business that will not be concluded on Wednesday, the 12th, as well as motions, petitions, statements, and any other business as directed by the Senate Business Committee. Pursuant to Standing Order number 27-6, debate on the business appearing on order number 8 in today's order paper will continue on Tuesday, 11th October, being the third and the final day. At the conclusion of debate and after the question has been put, the resolution of the Senate, together with the votes and answer of the proceedings, will be transmitted to the presidency, as is a standard practice, for the executive to consider proposals by senators in formulation of government policy and legislative proposals. 6. In this respect, I urge honorable senators to observe decorum, to remain relevant, and to be objective and constructive in their contributions, so as to avoid frivolous and unnecessary points of orders that deny other senators the opportunity to debate and give their perspectives. Mr. Speaker, sir, concerning the question of the select committees of the House, the Senate's leadership is seized of the matter and will shortly submit to the Senate Business Committee the names of senators nominated to serve in various committees. We therefore urge for patience, as we would like to get the membership of these committees right from the start, owing to their significance in discharging the mandate of the Senate. 8. The Senate Business Committee has already recommended to the House a calendar for the remainder of the session, and this debate will come up at order number 9. I will reserve further comments on this matter until the time of moving that particular motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are a number of critical bills that lapsed during the term of the 12th Parliament. I assure the House that the Senate leadership will consider this bill so as to have them republished for introduction to the Senate. Returning senators who had sponsored bills that were not successful through the legislative process of the 12th Parliament, I encourage to have them republished at the earliest opportunity. While senators who wish to take up bills that lapsed are equally encouraged to liaise with the office of the clerk to have them republished. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, debate on the address by His Excellency the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament, second day.
Honorable Senators, we do now resume debate on this motion which started yesterday. I call upon Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this great speech. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that from the experiences I have in Parliament for the last 10 years, this is the shortest speech there has ever been. And the one former Governor Alfred Mutua boasted of having advised the President to make the speech very short. Ordinarily, the speech carries the whole activity of the government. This one was made very short, and I want to go to 21 of the speech, Article 21 of the speech, where the President talks of a mission to dramatically scale up productivity in agriculture and make sure that every Kenyan farmer, fisherman, and pastoralist contributes to the sustainable economic growth and the contribution of adequate and affordable food, generated great incomes, and producing the raw materials required for the agro-industry and manufacturing value chains. This will boost Kenya's export performance and create millions of jobs. I want to agree that creation of millions of jobs can happen in the sector of agriculture. And one of the latest developments following this commitment was the lifting of the ban on GMOs in the country. The issue of the ban, how the ban came, was after serious consideration by cabinet in 2012 under the leadership of President Kibaki. And I want to say at that particular time, the current president had also been a minister of agriculture, and had also supported the government then in banning of GMOs. This is one time I was a member of a committee of agriculture in the National Assembly, and the issue of GMOs came on through between 2013 and 2017, and it is a constant issue. And I'm aware that Europe, most countries in Europe have rejected GMOs or have given a choice. The United States of America has companies which grow GMOs, but there is serious regulatory framework so that when you go into a supermarket, you can make a choice to eat GMO or make a choice to go organic. And in fact, there is a law in America that the President of America does not consume GMOs at all and cannot be served with a genetically modified food by law. And this is also a practice of many other countries in Europe, including the Holy City, the Pope, who leads very many Catholics in the world, and pious people, and I believe they follow him and they will obey him, does not consume GMOs and has condemned them. And I believe similarly the Muslims, who have a word commonly known as haram, meaning anything which may tamper with what God has given to be holy, may not be correct. In the situation of Kenya, and in the event this ban has been lifted and consumption of GMOs may ensue immediately or later, then I want to urge this House, we need serious regulatory framework. We need, first of all, a policy which must be debated by the two houses, and during public participation, all these scientists making contributions on this will make a contribution during public participation, and those against GMOs will also make their contribution. In fact, the world, not just Kenya, is divided into two halves, for those who support and those who don't support GMOs. The latest experiment was carried out by a French scientist in 2012, and upon feeding rats with genetically modified food and a little bit of the pesticides which GMOs are sprayed with, these rats, all of them, got growths commonly known as cancer. And that particular experiment has also happened in the United States, where the famous company now called Monsanto, now changed its name, had been sued severally by people who had consumed GMOs and had medical complications, and it could be proven scientifically, and most of the suits were settled out of court. And also for farmers who will be encroached by other farmers growing GMOs. That's why we should have a law such that wherever is a GMO area, then it is demarcated. And where it is an organic area, it is demarcated. In Germany, you see the farms where they are growing corn to feed on horses or animals, because GMO has lesser effect on animals. And the horses are not eaten, but they consume food generated by GMO. Those farms are marked, and in fact, bypassers are warned not to pick that particular maize, because it is genetically modified. Because, you know, some people in Germany, there is a culture you can pick any maize from a farm as you walk along, and you may roast it or boil it. So there is a warning, and it is clear. And in our own context, we only have an authority, an authority dealing with GMOs, which is a regulatory authority. We do not have, it's a parastatal. We do not have an act of parliament. And therefore, we have to have a policy first, an act of parliament, and regulations therein, if we were really to allow GMOs in this country. Otherwise, it goes into consumer rights, which are protected in the Constitution. If GMO food has been provided here in the house, I should have a choice to know that on Wednesday cookie is total GMO here. Like now when the president visited yesterday, and the tradition for many presidents in the world, they don't consume GMO either by tradition or by law. So there should be a warning already that whatever we are feeding here or our homes is genetically modified. One time in the National Assembly, when I was a member there, I raised an issue of something called aromat, which was a new product which had been introduced in the market, and was clearly written that it is manufactured out of GMO products. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, the day I raised it in Parliament and in the Committee of Agriculture, it was immediately withdrawn from the shelves in the country in conformity with the ban.
What is your point of order, Senator Cherangei?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in pursuant of Standing Order 122, 1E, that says a senator commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the senator deliberately gives false information to the Senate. Senator Manzo is engaging in a wild goose chase by alleging that the government will implement a directive on GMO without putting in place necessary legislative and policy intervention. And he knows very well that that directive has not been implemented. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the learned senior friend? At one time, that's another story, he disappeared with a certificate. But is he in order, Mr. Speaker? He once disappeared with the ODM certificate, and Secretary General should know that. Is it in order to give misleading and false information about government directive, yet that matter, and the President said in his speech, it will be legislative and policy intervention? Mr. Speaker, Senator Maanzo kindly declare him out of order so that he does not run around with rumors and scaremongering to Kenyans to believe that GMO is meant to kill them. Even, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have he can't substantiate that GMOs cause cancer. If he wants to substantiate, let him table. Let him table. You cannot mislead the House. We will not allow you to undermine the government. Your Secretary General of Azimio said today in the TV that he will not allow this government to fail. So Senator Manzo will not allow you to engage in a rat race. Mr. Speaker, declare him out of order.
Senator Cherangei, I have been keenly listening to the Senator Manzo, and what he is doing is proposing what the government ought to follow, the route towards introduction of GMO, to be cautionary. I did not hear at any one given moment him blaming the government for introducing GMO food in this country. And therefore, as long as he's cautioning government and giving a path that can cushion the introduction of GMO, I do not think he's out of order. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Cherangei has become an expert of raising standing orders, which he does in the court. But let me go on with the contributions so that he doesn't interrupt me. I believe this is also for his own benefit, and I believe, having been in Parliament longer than you, I am very familiar with this topic, and having been in the Committee of Agriculture. And I want to say the effect of lifting of a ban, allows any business person who wishes so to transact to go on and transact that sort of business in this country. All that I'm urging, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a constitution. There is consumer protection in that constitution. There is a world practice, Mr. Speaker, and we want all to be safe, knowing what cancer has done to many people in the world and what causes it and the medication thereof, which is not found at all. They are only pain relievers from substances Wajakoya is very familiar with in the US. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have to be cautionary as a country. We have young population, we have old people, and the people have to be given a choice. And there is a bigger practice also in the world of people keeping good health, people feeding well. And in a lot of jurisdictions, we're even protecting the fish after, you know, herbicides and that. And I have evidence that when you grow GMOs, they actually need more herbicides than the normal plants. And again, once you plant once, the seed is not replanted, because if you plant it, it will not germinate at all. And that is the effect of genetic modification and genetic engineering. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we want to feed our nation. We want more food in the nation. But it doesn't mean that we don't have sufficient supply in the country, Mr. Speaker. As a Senate dealing with the counties, when the rains come, which I believe will be short rains and probably not much, we need to have the proper seeds. And the farmers in the Rift Valley, where my good friend Honorable Cheragai comes from, have a lot of maize in storage in their stores. The government should take the initiative to buy that maize from the people of Rift Valley and supply it to all Kenyans. I am aware just in this speech that the President has spoken of sufficient water. In Makwiny, we are doing the Thwake Dam, which is going to irrigate quite a big chunk of Kitui, Makwiny, Kajiado, and Machakos. And also, we have the farming projects in Gulalu, the coastal area. We have River Tana. We have River Athi flowing all that water going to the Indian Ocean. It should be used in all those counties, Tana River, your county, Mr. Speaker. All those places we can grow a lot of food. If Israel can grow food in a desert, we can grow a lot of food in this country if you utilize our water well without necessarily investing in GMOs. In fact, the whole world will come and buy our food, because organic food is more expensive and more required in the world than any other food. So for us to be food sufficient in the world, and for us to be able to feed the world, we need to utilize the water we have, and I have seen the President talk about that. On a more positive note, there is something the President has done which is very, very good about national savings, and I believe he's going to implement it, and that is found on 25, access to affordable credit. And he is looking for a magic formula. The magic formula is when he proposed the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs. We can raise our national savings. We can form cooperatives. In fact, that would be the best way through SACCOs. And in America, they are called credit unions. They are the ones who hold the economy of America. We have 14 million Kenyans who are in the cooperative movement. We have, all of us in this house, we are savers in our own circle in the house, and you know how quickly and effective it is. You can borrow within an hour, you have the money, you can save emergencies, you can buy food for people. There are families now starving, going without food, and we are helping them in our own small ways every day. And the moment we invest in cooperatives, and we have serious institutions like Arambe Sacco, which is even bigger than a bank. We have the cooperative bank, which helps and finances and have affordable ways of loaning cooperatives so that they can serve. We are talking of housing. There are land cooperatives, there are housing cooperatives, where if Kenyans join cooperatives in large numbers, and especially the youths, and even the money of the so-called hustler fund can effectively be given to the business beginners through SACCOs, whether they are motorbike SACCOs, whether they are matatu SACCOs, and whatever SACCOs or whatever formation, even for business people, even Juakali people have SACCOs. A very good one is in Kisumu, where they have saved so much money. Every day they work in Juakali sector, they save something. So we should encourage Kenyans to save. And this can only be done through the SACCOs And once you put everybody into that movement, then it is easier to distribute the hustler fund through the circles. If you just give it to people free, you make them poorer than they have ever been. Every time anybody is given something for free, money for free, that person is becoming poorer and poorer. But the moment you help them fish, the moment you give the fishy rod, the moment you give them beginning capital and you regulate it properly to make sure it is not consumed, then you are beginning to transform this nation. So I believe that is not just a responsibility of the president, it is a responsibility of each one of us, 47 or 52 million, so that we can invest and leave wealth for the generations to come. There was the issue of electricity. And in fact, 32, the president says, concerning electricity, we shall facilitate the development of innovative and effective modalities to provide better off-grid systems, including enabling consumers to form small cooperatives for that purpose. I have done this in makwiny before. We had donors who gave, solar systems into markets, and for places where electricity has not yet been provided from the grid, they are able to make their own electricity, and even you can sell it to the grid using, solar. And therefore, again, cooperatives come in very early there. And then when it comes to health, we have a very big problem, I believe, almost in every county in Kenya. When patients are looking for something called MRI, it is not in a lot of counties. And every other time someone goes to hospital, they're in an emergency, they need that MRI to be taken on them to know where the problem is, especially when they have a head injury. They have to travel long distances to get this, either to come to Nairobi or a few counties who are having this system. I believe this should be installed into every county. And if we invested, in that equipment in every county, and I believe it is through this Senate, the one which is taking care of the counties, then we'll be saving a lot of Kenyans from a lot of expense and a lot of trouble. There's an issue of digital technology, which have become critical player in economic growth. The youth have gone digital. The world has gone digital. And this is an area we have to really invest in. We are already digital in this house, and the schools are now running digitally. But with the supply of electricity, that's why the cooperatives are important in every village. With the supply of electricity in every school, where there is no grid, at least solar, then the children there will familiarize themselves with computers at the earliest time possible. Mr. Speaker, the last time I went to New York via KQ, and I really want to thank Senator Pogisho for having brought that direct flight to New York with his other French senators in the US. The big planes are now being flown digitally. Long time ago, Mr. Speaker, the old pilot used to struggle with the steering of a big plane, the 777, manually. And the steering looks like one of a bicycle. And it will be very tiring for 16 hours flight from here to New York. So now that the world is going digitally, Mr. Speaker, I believe this should go to every school, and really want to make a point that we have a responsibility as a nation to advise the president and as a Senate that GMO needs to be investigated further. And now that there are two sciences belonging, we have to be very cautious before totally lifting this ban or making any legislation to enforce the ban. Even my request is that the president should reinforce the ban till we have a proper law and regulation in conformity with our constitution to protect Kenyans from the poisonous GMO. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Korir Chepkoech, Joyce.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me first to congratulate you for being elected as Speaker, together with the Deputy Speaker. And further, allow me also to congratulate His Excellency the President and the Deputy President for being elected to serve this country. Honorable Speaker, I'll also take this time to congratulate the elected senators and the nominated to serve in this House. And I must thank the Kenyans for trusting the Kenya Kwanza government. Honorable Speaker, indeed, I listened carefully to the speech made by His Excellency the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament, and I wish to comment as follows. It is very clear from the tone of the speech and many commitments emerging from the speech that the President respects the stability of the governance, institutions of this country, and all the organs of the government. Honorable Speaker, the speech affirms the President's commitment and readiness to provide sound leadership that is going to steer this country to a success. Honorable Speaker, I'm lucky to have been in the previous government as a women representative in the lower house. And I can attest a number of things that happened that infringed the rights of the members and even the members of the public. Honorable Speaker, I know that His Excellency the President respects the different institutions that we have, and I know there will be great change in this nation. Honorable Speaker, the speech affirms the President's commitment and readiness to provide sound leadership that is going to steer this country to a success. Honorable Speaker,
what is your point of order, the Senator for Nairobi?
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 95 that prohibits a senator from reading a speech, which is exactly what my sister is doing.
Honorable Senator for Nairobi, the Honorable Senator is referring to notes. You can see her eye contact. 80% her eyes are up, and very less percent her eyes are down. Please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from Honorable Sifuna. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say that it also affirms the President's commitment to implement the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. Honorable Speaker, we did move around the country trying to enlighten the members of the public, the hustlers, on the importance of having a government that is concerned about the hustlers, bearing in mind, Honorable Speaker, that the President of this country was a hustler. He was a chicken seller. He was a member of this House. He has undergone a number of issues. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that he is aware what the current mwananchi wants there in the ground. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that he is a true champion of democracy and respect the rule of law, as demonstrated by his appointment of the churches of the Court of Appeal only a day after his inauguration. Honorable Speaker, the former government took a lot of time to appoint, to an extent of delaying the appointments by various regimes, undermine the independence of the judiciary and the rule of law. Honorable Speaker, that the President implores upon us to explore mechanisms in the standing order to facilitate questioning of the cabinet secretaries, confirms he believes in the accountability of the executive arm of government, and we should all support that move regardless of our party affiliation. Honorable Speaker, I know this has been a hot debate since we started this speech yesterday, and a number of reactions was being raised by the members of this House as to how this can really be actualized. I know the CSS has been coming to our various committees, but I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the issue that the President was talking about is to have the CSS coming to this House to be able to reply to the issues that are affecting the nation. Honorable Speaker, sometimes it has been hard for us to engage them because every now and then you call upon them, they send their representative. But it's a high time that we change some provisions to allow them to be in this House so that they can face the members of this House and they can respond to the issues that are being raised in this House. Honorable Speaker, the President implores upon us to explore mechanisms. Honorable Speaker, I also want to touch on the issue of the reduction of the fertilizer. I know immediately when the government took over, the first thing that they have done is to reduce the price of the fertilizer. Honorable Speaker, the reason why we are talking of the fertilizers is because the President in his manifesto is interested in terms of production, food production in this country. This has been a challenge. A number of our colleagues have been talking about the issues of GMO, and the only way to remove this issue is by reducing the prices of the fertilizer, the seeds, for us to be able to produce enough food to serve the people of this nation. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the President for seeing the sense of doing the same immediately, even before he could do other things, Honorable Speaker. There is also the issue of, Honorable Speaker, the President also committed to allocate 50 million shillings to Hustlers Fund to enhance credit access by hustlers and will surely improve the lives of downtrodden and hard-working hustlers. Honorable Speaker, I beseech the honorable members to support this because, Honorable Speaker, when we were going to the ground, I know a number of us could even go to the markets, could even go to those hustlers who are selling chicken. They could even go to the border guys, promising them a lot of things. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, unless we provide resources to these people, I know their lives will never change. But if we give them resources, Honorable Speaker, as by the manifesto of this Kenya Kwanza government, I know their lives will surely be changed. Honorable Speaker, I also want to touch on the issue that the President touched on the agenda on the mass house production to aid Kenyans access affordable homes, confirms that he was truly committed to the Big Four agenda of the Jubilee administration that was affected by the infamous handshake of 2018 between the former President and the former Prime Minister. Honorable Speaker, when I touch on this, I know the honorable member from Kibera can bear witness of the change that was brought some times back when they started the issue of housing. I can tell, Honorable Speaker, that a number of Kenyans are living in object poverty. And if we are going to take this action, Honorable Speaker, which was the manifesto of the Jubilee government, which was also stopped by, I can say, political badwill, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, if this thing is going to be actualized, we will see a number of Kenyans living in their good homes and getting the amenities that we are all, as honorable members, are also enjoying. Honorable Speaker, the President also focused on health to make a universal health coverage a reality in this country. It will enable many Kenyans access affordable health care. This commitment to an efficient NHIF will ease the Kenyan burdens and expensive health care access. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to touch on the issue of CDF. Honorable Speaker, CDF has played a vital role in enabling those from humble backgrounds access education through bursaries. And Honorable Speaker, many projects in various communities within the country have been successfully completed. Honorable Speaker, the reason why CDF was passed by the previous parliament was to enable equality across the country. And I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, that despite the fact that it has been ruled by the court, I want to say I must applaud the President for seeing the sense. Having served as a member of parliament for the last 15 years, he was able to see the sense that this money has really made a lot of changes in the lives of the Kenyans. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, he decided that he's going to see this House is going to look at the mechanisms that is going to have some provisions to be able to continue getting the CDF and even the money for the Senate to assist them in terms of oversight role. I know, Honorable Speaker, that the senators have been undergoing a lot of challenges. A number of people outside there, Honorable Speaker, I can say the members of the public, doesn't really know the exact role of the senator. Despite the fact that we had about 17 of them re-elected, I must also congratulate the public because at least they have seen the oversight role that they have done to an extent that we had a good number being re-elected. Honorable Speaker, the sense by the President to give room to honorable senators to get the oversight fund, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, I don't think anyone in this House is going to object this because I know they have been working across the county with their monies from the pocket, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much. I also want to say on the issue of the women agenda. As one of the key issues in its manifesto, that is the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza, where the President was talking about the 50-50%. And I want to say that we've seen it, Honorable Speaker, in terms of nomination, in terms of the elected members of the National Assembly, about 29 of them, in terms of the elected senators, about 3 of them, in terms of election of the governors, about 7 of them. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, it is indeed that the Kenya Kwanza government is leading in terms of the women who have been elected to serve in this government. And I want to say that the nation has also seen the sense of having women in political arenas and even in the executive sides, Honorable Speaker. I also want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I'm glad that His Excellency the President is keen on the social protection agenda. The proposed universal social security system is a positive step. Many children under 5 years are malnourished. As you are aware, that Nation Safety Net program is currently providing support to 1.4 million beneficiaries, yet 13 million children are in dire need of assistance. Focus on social protection is the line in which Kenya Kwanza government commitment to eradicate malnutrition in 5 years, Honorable Speaker. I was lucky to serve in the National Assembly as the Vice Chair Labour. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, I also got an opportunity to move a number of counties, and I was able to see these issues that are really, our members of the public are really facing, Honorable Speaker. And I want to applaud the Kenya Kwanza government because I know, Honorable Speaker, they are going to improve the lives of these people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a sound social protection program shall reduce the scramble by many Kenyans to acquire 50 by 100 plots to caution themselves. It will therefore reduce the problem of land fragmentation that affects meaningful agricultural exercise, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also, Honorable Speaker, to touch on the proposal to cut down.
Honorable Senator, your time is up, unfortunately. Senator Stewart Mazayo. What is your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen one of us, and I'm referring to the Speaker's rules, Part 1, Conduct of Senators within the Presence of Parliament, General number 5. Senators are required not to enter chamber, lounge, or dining room without being properly dressed. This means that a male senator shall be dressed in a coat, collar, tie, long trousers, socks and shoes, or service uniform, religious attire, or such other decent dressing as may be approved by the Speaker from time to time. An equivalent standard shall apply in respect of women senators who may also wear kitenge or such other African attire. Mr. Speaker, if you see the senator seated next to my good friend Senator Kavindo, I think Senator Akinyi, my apologies if I don't get the name, but I think Senator Akinyi, the dress she has worn is not religious. So, Mr. Speaker, I need your ruling whether the good senator is properly dressed. And because is properly dressed, Mr. Speaker, because it says the collar, if you don't, and that is not a religious dress. It is, I think it's the modern dress. No, Mr. Speaker, I'm just raising, Mr. Speaker, this is, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, can I make my point?
Senator.
Mr. Speaker, can I make my point?
Order members.
Mr. Speaker,
order members.
This House of Tradition, Practices and Usages.
When the chair is speaking,
okay,
Senator Cherangay, you take your seat.
Okay.
Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, order. Senator Kajwang, order please. Honorable Senators, we are here to transact very serious business. Of course, it is within your right as a senator to rise on a point of order. But sometimes let us think twice before we raise these points of order. I had not seen Senator Beatrice Anyango walking in, but she stood up when the point of order was being raised just to show members and the chair how she's dressed. I don't see anything wrong with her dress code. And therefore, Senator Mazayo, please proceed. Wambua, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on standing order number 121. 121. 1A, B, and C. The Speaker, since the beginning of this session, the Honorable Senator Fernandi, as in every twist and turn, created disorder by rising on frivolous points of order. Mr. Speaker, I invite the chair to make a specific ruling on the conduct of the Senator Fernandi, so Mr. Speaker, we don't reduce this House to a marketplace conversation. Mr. Speaker, I invite the chair.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. Honorable Senators, again I'm going to say this. It is within your right as a senator to raise on a point of order. What the second point of order that Senator Cherangay has reason to point out. He read the Speaker's rules. Maybe he may have misconstrued those rules. And that does not mean that he was frivolous. And I think I've ruled on it. it doesn't mean that if you overruled in your point of order, it means that your point of order was frivolous. And therefore, I may not hold the Senator Fernandi disorderly. Senator Mazayo, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Asante Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, nafikiria ni jukumu ndani ya hili bunge la Senate kwamba kwa upande huu wa upinzani ama walio wachache watakuwa wakiangalia serikali inavyotekeleza wajibu wake. Na ikiwa serikali itatekeleza wajibu wake kisawasawa, tutaweza kuwapatia kongole. Lakini ikiwa serikali itakuwa haitekelezi wajibu wake kisawasawa, ni jukumu la upande huu kuweza kuikashifu na kuweza kuwaeleza njia ya kuelekea vizuri. Kwa hiyo, Bwana Speaker, kazi ya upande huu isije ikawa inaingiliwa zaidi kwa sababu ya hizi hoja za nidhamu zinazotoka upande huu wa serikali, kwa sababu hawataki upande wa upinzani waweze kuendelea na hii debate. Hilo ni moja wapo. Na hii ndio sababu tunasema ya kwamba upande huu kwa nini hawatoi hoja ya nidhamu zaidi? Hoja ya nidhamu inatoka upande huu walio wengi na inatoka kwa mtu mmoja peke yake. Bwana Speaker, ukiwa utaniruhusu naweza kuanza. Bwana Speaker, jambo la kwanza nataka kupatia asante sana kwa sababu ya kupatia nafasi hii kuchangia juu ya hotuba ya Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aliyekuja ndani ya bunge la kitaifa. Bwana Speaker, kitu cha kwanza, Rais aliweza kuwapatia nyinyi kumpatia seneta wa bunge la kitaifa na seneta wa bunge letu la Senate kongole kwa kuchaguliwa kwao, na vile vile kuonyesha ya kwamba ilikuwa nyumba hizi mbili za bunge zilikubaliana kwa uamuzi huo. Jambo ambalo ningeweza kuligusa zaidi hapo ni kwamba ilikuwa wakati huo Rais amekuja katika bunge kutoa hotuba yake kama inavyomhusu kulinganishana na katiba. Lakini utaona ya kwamba Rais jana Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aliweza kuingia katika majengo ya bunge bila wabunge wowote kuelewa ama kujua ama kutoa taarifa ya kwamba anakuja bunge. Hili ni jambo la kushangaza kwa sababu si jambo la kawaida ya kwamba Rais anaweza kuingia ndani ya bunge bila kuarifu wabunge ya kwamba anakuja, na akatoka hivyo hivyo. Na pia vile vile bwana, tafadhali usiniingilie kama mimi naongea.
Senator Mazayo, address the chair, please.
Ya pili, Bwana Speaker, tunaona katika
what is the point of order, Senator
Rais vile vile.
Senator Mazayo.
Yes.
There's a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise up on a point of order whereby an honorable member misleads this House. We do understand that, yes, the President was in this Senate yesterday, and I would want to know, because the Honorable...
Can we hear the point of order in silence? If only we conduct our debate with decorum, I think we'll have less friction, and we're going to make a lot of progress. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the custodian of the rules of this House is both the Speaker and the clerk. And Mr. Speaker, I do understand the President was here yesterday. When an honorable senator stands and says the President came here without informing anyone, the President can only inform the clerk and the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it does not require the President to inform the Honorable Senator for Kilifi. And as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, I would want the Honorable Senators, and especially from the opposition, I will cite it at the end. It doesn't say you cite it when you stand. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators.
Mr. Speaker.
We cannot degenerate into some
shouting
at each other.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The chair gives opportunity to each one of us to speak. And when we're given that opportunity, let the other senators respect that opportunity given to that senator. Because ultimately, the chair is going to rule. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are now used to...
What is your point of order?
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that the Honorable Senator should not, at any time, is he in order to give information that the President never mentioned it to everyone? I mean, to this House or to the Speaker or to the Clerk. Mr. Speaker, we are used to senators saying that the President has gone to your areas of jurisdiction without being informed. He was in Homa Bay. Somebody complained he was not informed. Now he came to where the Homa Bay senator is. They are also saying they were not informed, Mr. Speaker. I'm just giving that as an example. Mr. Speaker, if the President cannot get you in your area of representation, he will come to where you are if he wants to discuss anything with you, Mr. Speaker. So does that mean they're saying that the President was wrong coming to look for those senators whom he could not find when he wanted to go to their areas of jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker? So the Honorable Senator should desist from making those remarks that the President never informed anyone, yet he's not the Speaker, neither the Clerk.
No, we need to lay this rather not so important issue to rest. Honorable Mazayo, I want to inform you that the leadership of Parliament was fully informed of the presence of His Excellency. Kindly proceed to make your contribution on the speech.
Bwana Spika, asante sana kwa kunikosoa, lakini langu ni kusema kwamba rais si mtu wa kawaida. Rais ni wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Bwana Spika, vile vile nataka kusema kwamba juzi vile vile, Bwana Spika, tunajua kwamba koti ni mahali ambapo kila mtu anaweza kwenda, na pia bunge la kitaifa ni mahali ambapo mtu yote anaweza kuja. Na kama ulivyokata katika uamuzi huu uliofanya sasa hivi, ni kwamba pia katika bunge hili letu lilipokuwa likifunguliwa, ni taratibu za bunge kualika watu, na mojawapo ile ya kualikwa ilikuwa ni mahakama kuu ya Kenya, ambayo iliongozwa hapa na jaji mkuu na pia vile vile jaji mdogo na makamu wake na majaji wengine. Cha kushangaza Bwana Spika, ni kwamba sisi sote tunazingatia kwamba mikono ya serikali ni mikono mitatu. Na katika mikono hii mitatu ni upande ule wa utawala wa executive na upande wa bunge ambao ni legislature na upande wa judiciary. Lakini la kushangaza zaidi, Bwana Spika, ni kwamba kwa mara ya kwanza katika historia ya nchi yetu ya Kenya, hata wakati wa ukoloni, jambo hili halijatokea, kuona ya kwamba Chief Justice akiongoza majaji wengine anaweza kuingia katika maeneo ya bunge na akaweka mstari na akamgoja rais. Ni jambo halijatokea katika historia hili bunge ama historia hii nchi, ya kwamba anaweza kuja na akafanya kitendo kama hicho. Tuliona ni kitendo cha ajabu, na ni kwamba katika katiba inatuambia kwamba hii ni mikono mitatu ambayo inaweza kujitetea vile ilivyojitetea wao wenyewe na kujiangalia vile ambavyo wanaendesha serikali kama mikono mitatu ya serikali. Jambo lingine, Bwana Spika, ni hili janga la njaa. Bwana Spika, tunaona ya kwamba rais katika nchi nzima kuna mikakati tofauti imefanywa, lakini kuna masehemu ambayo yamekumbwa sana na janga la njaa. Ukiangalia upande wa Turkana, upande wa kaskazini, yani Northern Frontier, kuanzia Mandera, Wajia, kuja mpaka Garissa, ambapo pia vile vile imekuja mpaka maeneo ya Kilifi, maeneo ya Tana River, pia Kwale, Ukambani, kila mahali imeingia, na mifugo ya Wakenya inamalizika. Ng'ombe, kondoo, mbuzi, mifugo ambayo inaweka wale watu ambao wanaketi katika yale maeneo kisawasawa, inaisha yote. Na hapa tunaona ya kwamba katika hotuba ya rais hakuna vile aliweza kuangalia ni njia gani muafaka ama hawa wakulima ama wale wafugaji, kama ng'ombe zao zikiwa zinaweza kupotea kwa hali ambayo si ya kisawasawa, ni jambo gani ambalo serikali inaweza kufanya kuona ya kwamba hawa ama ile njaa ama ile baa la ukame linaweza kufanyiwa namna gani ili lisiweze kuumiza hawa watu wanaoishi katika yale maeneo. Mimi ninatoka katika maeneo ambayo nayafahamu sana, katika maeneo kama ya Ganze, maeneo kama ya Magarini, ni maeneo ambayo yameathiriwa vibaya sana na baa la njaa na baa la ukame. Na vile vile katika Kenya nzima kuna kuhali kwingine ambako hata afadhali huku kwingine kule ni zaidi. Bwana Spika, katika hotuba ya rais hakusema ni njia gani anaweza kusaidia wale watu wanaoishi katika ile sehemu. Na hali pia vile vile wale ni wa Kenya na walipiga kura, wengine walimpigia, wengine hawakumpigia, lakini wote walipiga kura, na kumaanisha ya kwamba ni wa Kenya. Ni jukumu la serikali kuona ya kwamba wale watu wanaoketi katika sehemu zile ambazo ni janga la njaa na janga la ukame, wanapoteza mifugo yao, hawana chakula, mifugo chakula hakiwezi kupandwa kule na kumea. Bwana Spika, tunasema ya kwamba hata hii fertilizer juzi walisema wamepeleka kila mahali. Hatukatai kwamba serikali iliweza kuleta ile fertilizer ama fertilizer, mbolea ililetwa, lakini Bwana Spika, utaona ya kwamba ile mbolea hata upande ule anakotoka ndugu yangu Mungatana, ile mbolea alikubali hapa ndani ya hii bunge la Senate ya kwamba hajaiona kama imefika pande za Tana River. Kwa hiyo tunasema kwamba ni mikakati ipi ambayo serikali itaiweka, sio hivi sasa, ama mipangilio gani ambayo inaweza kufanywa na serikali kuona ya kwamba itasaidia wale watu wanaoishi katika zile sehemu za ukame na sehemu zile za njaa na sehemu zile ambazo watu wanaweka mifugo katika hali ya ufugaji, ya kwamba ile mifugo itaweza kupona katika hiyo hali ngumu wanaopitia. Bwana Spika, vile vile Bwana Spika, tumeona ya kwamba vile vile rais alisema ya kwamba kuna hizi pesa za watu wanaofanya kazi hizi za kawaida ambao ni hazina zinawekwa za watu wa hali ya chini katika Kenya wanaofanya kazi hizi ndogo ndogo, hiyo ikimaanisha kwamba watu wanaweka pesa zao katika ndani ya NSSF. NSSF ni shirika la wafanyikazi na ni shirika huru ambalo haliambatani ama halihusikani, wafanyikazi wenyewe wanaangalia shirika hili. Bwana Spika, rais alisema kwamba ana mikakati ya kuanzisha mipangilio mingine ambayo inaweza kuangalia mambo haya hili swala la pesa za hawa wafanyikazi. Bwana Spika, tunaona ya kwamba itakuwa ni kuingilia hali ya wafanyikazi pale mahali ambapo wanaweka pesa zao. Bwana Spika, tunasema ya kwamba ingekuwa vyema hawa wafanyikazi wakaachiliwa wafanye kazi bila wanataka, waweke pesa zao pale wanaweza kuweka. Ikiwa zitawekwa katika NSSF itakuwa hilo jukumu lao kubwa, lakini kuweza katika hotuba yake kusema kwamba ataangalia ama ataingilia kati na kuweza kulichukua hili swala la hazina zinazowekwa katika NSSF, tunaonelea kwamba si jambo zuri, kwa sababu kulinganisha na sheria za United Nations Charter inasema ya kwamba hizi pesa hizi zitakuwa huru na hazitaingiliwa na serikali katika matumizi yake ya kidemokrasia. Na vile vile ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona kwamba hivi sasa rais ameanza, na alipokuwa akichukua uongozi alisema kwamba yeye hakuna yale aliyemkosea amemsamehe, na ambaye yeye mwenyewe akiwa alikosewa na mtu yote yeye ameendelea amemsamehe. Kwa hiyo sasa Wakenya ni watu ambao wanaangalia mbele, hawaangalii nyuma. Ukiangalia ni kwamba rais ikiwa alikuwa anaweza kutamka maneno kama hayo, hivi sasa jambo analofanya ni kujaribu kuingilia kati katika hii hazina ya wafanyikazi inayowekwa pale kama NSSF. Sisi tunasema kwamba Bwana Spika, rais ajiweke kando na kuingilia pesa hizi za wafanyikazi. Ikiwa mkubwa wao katika ile hazina la NSSF, ikiwa kiongozi katika mambo ya wafanyikazi ni yule ambaye haelewani naye, basi tunasema ya kwamba hiyo yenyewe ilijitoa. Yeye mwenyewe alijitoa, yule kiongozi wa wale wafanyikazi alijitoa na hayuko tena katika hilo shirika la hazina za kuweka pesa za wafanyikazi. Kwa hiyo asiharibu wala asiingilie lile shirika, aliwache liendelee katika hali yake ile ambayo inaendelea kikawaida. Bwana Spika, tunasema kwamba yako mengi ambayo alisema rais ataangalia. Katika ile hotuba yake pia vile vile ilikuwa aweze kuweka mikakati ya kisawasawa ya kuona kwamba uchumi wetu atauchukua kutoka wapi au peleke mahali gani. Tunataka kuona taifa lenye uchumi, taifa lenye watu ambao wanaishi bila njaa, taifa lenye watu ambao wanaketi katika maeneo ambao yanakuwa na baa la ukame, wanaweza kupata maji kisawasawa. Hii nchi ili kila mtu aweze kufaidi kama serikali yake iko ndani. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President addressed the joint sitting of Parliament in compliance with Article 132 of our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I listened to the President very carefully when he addressed the House. And thereafter, I was also able to go through the speech. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy to note that the President has come out very, very clearly on how he intends to govern this country. And Mr. Speaker, he has also been able to come out clearly that he recognizes the role of this House in helping him to govern the country. Mr. Speaker, that is the essence of speech in paragraph 14 and 15, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, he promised to unite the country and to serve every Kenyan, irrespective of his political affiliations, Mr. Speaker. This is indeed in accordance with his oath of office, Mr. Speaker. If you read in Schedule 3, the contents and the nature of the oath of office, he undertook to serve every Kenyan and to do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important point to note. We've just come out of an election, Mr. Speaker, and this country should be united by all of us leaders, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the elected leaders, in this House, Mr. Speaker, we have elected senators and those of us who are also nominated to serve the Kenyan people. I would like to call upon my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in this House, that let us accept that particular spirit that was expressed by the President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this House, to your right, are members of the ruling coalition, that is the Kenya Kwanza. And to your left, Mr. Speaker, are the members of the Simio. But Mr. Speaker, one unique thing is that you are under one roof, under your leadership, one house. We use one door. We don't have a door for the Simio and one for the Kenya Kwanza. We take tea together, Mr. Speaker. If these members, you see them walking out, you go and take tea together. They dine together. Mr. Speaker, this is very important, that as we proceed as a House, Mr. Speaker, we want to inculcate that spirit of unity for purpose. Mr. Speaker, we went to school together. Myself here and Honorable Senator Otiende, not Otiende, but Ojenda. Mr. Speaker, Ochenda was my classmate at the University of Nairobi. Well, he's a professor. I am not. Just because, after the university went to read, and I came to this House from 2007, Mr. Speaker, when I came with you. And Mr. Speaker, our children go to the same schools. Mr. Speaker, our communities now intermarry. Mr. Speaker, for Chenda to reach Kisumu, he has to leave Nairobi County, he goes to Nakuru County, Bomet County, I think Kisii, I may not be very sure there, but finally to Kisumu. Mr. Speaker, sir, if there is one gift we can give to our nation, as members of this House, is to do exactly what the President has done, that we need to unite as a country, so that, Mr. Speaker, even as we receive various legislative proposals, as outlined by the President, even as we receive various policy interventions, administrative, Mr. Speaker, for us to debate as a House, so that we are able to, Mr. Speaker, fulfill the clear plan of the Kenya Kwanza government in serving this country, Mr. Speaker. We are going to do so, Mr. Speaker, with one mind, without looking at it in terms of it is being done by the Kenya Kwanza coalition, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that this House, Mr. Speaker, as we begin this session, we are going to work very hard to ensure that we really do what the President has encouraged us to do it under paragraph 14 and 15 of this address. Mr. Speaker, the President again, and I'm happy for this also, promised to run an administration which is open and transparent, accountable to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, his proposal to this House and the other House, Mr. Speaker, to amend our standing orders, to allow ministers to appear before us as elected leaders, so that we ask questions, we raise issues of concern to our people. Mr. Speaker, in my view, this is a clear expression that the president has nothing to hide. He would want to ensure that Kenyans get value for their money, for the tax they pay, and ensure that the elected leaders, Mr. Speaker, is able to be addressed by the leadership. Mr. Speaker, you and myself and Kalwale was in this very house, Mr. Speaker, in 2007. Let me inform members here who are new that in 2007, in the 10th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, this was the chamber for the entire house. The current National Assembly chamber, Mr. Speaker, was actually developed the other day. And Mr. Speaker, you remember when we were here with you, and Honorable Kalwale, and I don't know who, and I think Mukatana also was here. When, Mr. Speaker, the ministers, that time, Mr. Speaker, I was the minister serving in the Justice Ministry. And I was asked questions here. I was able to respond why we don't have codes in Mutembei, why we don't have law codes in Nakuru, why we don't have law codes in the whole country. Mr. Speaker, I remember making clear undertakings in the House and was able to share this with the PS. That time our PS was Amina, the current Minister for Sports, and were able to avail funds to those institutions, Mr. Speaker. It was only possible to achieve that because the ministers were able to come to the House. I therefore want to really agree with the President that that is the way to go. And Mr. Speaker, I have been the chairman of CHILAC in the other House, in the 12th Parliament. And I was the chairman of delegated in the 9th Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, we go to see a minister in a room somewhere. And it is only the members of that committee that can ask questions. Mr. Speaker, we need a situation where the minister in charge of security, Mr. Speaker, today, Baringo, Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, Samburu, we are facing serious challenges of security, Mr. Speaker. My county in particular. And Mr. Speaker, we have nowhere to go so that we are able to interrogate the minister in charge and ask questions. Mr. Speaker, if you really do what the President is proposing us to do, I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that these members are going to really be able to make the government account. And Mr. Speaker, I feel proud to belong to this coalition of Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. You know why? Because it is the president of this country that is saying, I want the ministers to go to the House. Most of them don't do this, Mr. Speaker, because they fear. And so it is really positive, and I want to really appreciate the President, and I think it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we give the support. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, as I said, having the full experience of what I witnessed in 2007 to 2013, when I was serving as the Assistant Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, another area, allow me also to comment on access to justice, Mr. Speaker. That is our whole chapter, our whole paragraph, Mr. Speaker, in the speech of the President. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 159 of our Constitution sets out the principles that justice shall be done to all, and that justice shall not be delayed. Mr. Speaker, the saying goes that justice delayed is justice denied. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my county, the High Court is in Gabarnet. We have 6 constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Somebody in Tiati constituency has to travel more than about 200 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, or even 250 kilometers to have access to justice in the High Court in Gabarnet. Mr. Speaker, that is even better because we have an High Court in our county headquarters. There are counties, Mr. Speaker, where there's not even have a High Court. Mr. Speaker, we cannot access justice that way because then it is not possible, Mr. Speaker, for Kenyans to access justice in those areas. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is that when I was chairing CHILAC, and I want to share my experience, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for my colleagues to understand this. When I was chairing CHILAC in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, when we were receiving the proposals from the judiciary, the resource requirement, Mr. Speaker, is in the tune of 34 billion shillings. How much do we provide every financial year, Mr. Speaker? Not more than 18 billion. Half of the budget is not availed. I am happy, Mr. Speaker, that the President of the Republic of Kenya has agreed to implement and to actualize, Mr. Speaker, Article 173 of the Constitution, so that we have the judiciary fund, Mr. Speaker, actualized. This is the only way, Mr. Speaker, we are going to achieve justice, so that we have enough money to build enough courts in our counties. And I propose, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately we should have a court in every sub-county, in every constituency. That is the only way we can access justice for our people. Not to mention, of course, Mr. Speaker, the other small courts that we are going also to establish. And so I support a proposal by the President that we need to put more money in the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you will never understand this problem until the day you need justice yourself. You will never understand it, Mr. Speaker, unless you need justice, until you need it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because of my time I'm saying, is the issue of the Asla Fund. The President has continued, Mr. Speaker, to be a man and a leader of his word. During the campaigns, Mr. Speaker, he made this promise that he's going to give a chance to lead the country. He will provide 50 billion every year for the Asla Fund. Mr. Speaker, this is money for the entire country. I want to agree with him. Mr. Speaker, every of these senators, whether elected or nominated, definitely in their counties they face a problem of the young people, unemployed. I need a job. I want to be employed. Now that you are a senator, you are going to face a problem. You want to employ them, yes, but you have no chance of doing so. Mr. Speaker, we just have now to face the situation and avail resources for the young people who are willing, able to do business, Mr. Speaker, so that they are able to do so. I want to agree with Honorable Mansu here that, Mr. Speaker, I think we need therefore to develop the appropriate policy. Mr. Speaker, I realized when we were doing the youth fund that we have given money to the young people, but repayment is a problem. We must establish a proper policy mechanism, interventions that are going to make this Asla Fund revolving without even interest, but ensure that we have regulations and rules that can ensure.
Your time is up, Senator. Senator Siango.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me add my voice to those who have said that, of course, the speech was very short or very brief in the history of Kenya. However, I would say that the speech is good, the contents are good, but there are issues also that I'm concerned about. Looking at paragraph 14, paragraph 12, where the President drew the attention of the nation on how he was the opposition leader within the government, and the President, the former President, becoming the opposition leader. To me, I think the President seems to still be in campaign mood. I would wish to remind His Excellency, the President, that campaigns are over. Over 7 million Kenyans did not vote for him. And we need to be united. We need the country to heal so that we may support the administration moving forward. Looking at the speech generally and the whole of it, allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to make this observation, that this speech is full of promises. Promises, promises, promises. Yet, the president is now the sitting president, and he needs to actualize what he is thinking of doing for this country and implement it, and we need to see fruits of the work that when he went around the country campaigning, he made promises. Now it is time to work. Going specifically to issues, looking at paragraph 24, he is talking about the saving culture. I would say this is very good. And I would say that, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not that Kenyans do not want to save, but poverty is the issue. Do people look for food, how to put food on the table, or maybe to start saving when they have not enough food to eat? This is a good culture, but we need proper strategy on how we must move Kenyans out of poverty so that they may adopt and accept saving culture. Looking at paragraph 31, it is a good thing of public-private partnership, PPP, but we cannot reinvent the wheel. There are attempts, there are efforts which have been done before for public-private partnership. And there are institutions that have tried even to venture into this. For us who have been involved in leadership in other organizations, we know there are good and huge organizations in this country that are supporting particularly women development. I'll talk of a specific organization where somehow I've been involved. And this is a huge women organization called Maendeleo ya Wanawake. They have tried. And where they have failed, we only need to bring up ways of supporting the organization and other organizations to further PPP. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to look at paragraph 32. And I'm talking of women agenda. From where I'm coming from, I've been a leader of women in this nation. And it is very key to put women into leadership, to appoint women. I want to appreciate the effort of His Excellency the President, where he has given nominee women to be CSEs. But I have an issue with this. We have grassroots women. Grassroots women carry the burden of this society in this country. We need to have an agenda for grassroots women where they are also involved, where we have, even within the society, we can find women-headed households, children-headed households, which need serious support from the government to continue also participating in bringing development. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me also to mention something on water. Kenya is not homogeneous on the counties and the regions. There are regions that are ASO and semi-arid areas. I come from Kitui County, and we know there are areas that do not get reliable rainfall. It is very important when we are talking of the water agenda to have specific ways, and I would beseech this House to come up with policies that will enable us to look at regions that do not get adequate rainfall, how they will get water, water harvesting strategies, and how to make sure that Kenyans have clean and safe water. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to mention something on Hustler Fund. I know this was used largely during the campaign time, but for me, I think it was to whip emotions of the unemployed youth, those who are very poor, and it was to whip the emotions so that they may support the government. I would request that we have ways of surely getting employment for our youth and making sure that we handle the issue of poverty in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chirangei, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. From the onset, I want to congratulate the President, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for the wonderful and inspirational State of the Nation address after being elected. Mr. Speaker, you have to appreciate that Dr. William Ruto underwent so many challenges. As I speak to you, courtesy of his support, there is no police station I have never slept in this city. There is no police station I have never slept outside. Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the happiest senators. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, and you know, I want to advise my colleagues. You know, when your profession is heckling, it is important sometimes to do it outside there. Mr. Speaker,
Chirangai, just address the chair and make your contribution.
my apologies, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
from Mombasa, acquaint yourself with Standing Order 98.4. I think that is the first standing order that will see some of us being asked to leave the chamber. Please acquaint yourself accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies to the chair. Mr. Speaker, I almost cried, but where I come from, crying as a man is a board, but I got carried away because looking at where we have come from the intimidation and the whipping of some of us who are in House leadership in the last Senate, Mr. Speaker, from being arrested, intimidated, and being blackmailed. There are many people who lost their property. There are many people who receive fabricated cases, including our former colleagues like Senator Mithika Lunturi, who is the CS nominee of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. I remember, may his soul rest in eternal peace, Senator Haji, who was then the chair of National Security, where we called the IG and head of security agencies to appear before the Senate because of intimidation and blackmail, Mr. Speaker. So I am happy, and I want to thank the great people of Kenya for remembering the son of nobody, a peasant, a chicken seller, to the highest office. It is inspirational, Mr. Speaker, to the guests that are on the gallery, that you don't need to be a son of a chief, as a daughter of a senator, to rise to the highest office in the land, Mr. Speaker. I hope it will inspire these young people across the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two issues that I want to mention. And Mr. Speaker, and the President has confirmed this. He will not rule through the iron fist of intimidating, blackmailing, promoting Kamata Fridays, or creating fabrications of the former DCI, who was more of an actor and creator of some funny movies that are only famous in Netflix and other channels, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, as I congratulate the President, there are many. I have heard members of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, saying this was the shortest address, Mr. Speaker. You know very well, Mr. Speaker, this was like, with all due respect, like a woman's skirt. Long enough to cover the essentials and short enough to arouse curiosity so that Kenyans can understand the inspiration that the President was providing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is of note that I want to bring to the attention, Mr. Speaker, a few salient features of the speech of His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, one is on the issue of water. I know more than 23 million Kenyans across a number of counties, Mr. Speaker, are facing drought and famine, Mr. Speaker. I agree that the provision of water should be a priority. Even in my own county, Mr. Speaker, where there was a dam called Keben Dam that was told because of issues of politics, Arora and Kimwarer, Mr. Speaker. And now Sondi Miriu project that we are sharing with my brother, Professor Tom Ojenda, who happens to have been my law lecturer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, We have Tuake Dam, we have Mwache, and many other dams, Karamenu Dam, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure my brothers and sisters in the minority side through Mr. Speaker, that provision of water will create irrigation, and therefore farmers will be able to irrigate in Kitui, Mr. Speaker, where my sister comes from, the Honorable Senator, Mr. Speaker, where my brother, the Bishop, Senator, Deputy Minority Leader, and I want to congratulate him, and I know he will increase the prayers in Senate Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, so that we can always be doing very well. Mr. Speaker, provision of water is very important. It is a constitutional right, Mr. Speaker, access to clean water. So I want to thank the President for saying all projects, including water and dam projects that are closed, it is to call, Mr. Speaker, the National Irrigation Board, the Ministry of Water, county governments to prioritize, Mr. Speaker, on how to supplement. Because government can do major dams, we want to see boreholes, provision of waters, access to waters, Mr. Speaker, and I think that is what is important, Mr. Speaker. And many other projects, Mr. Speaker. You remember, Mr. Speaker, most of the projects, especially from areas that were perceived to support President William Ruto, most of the projects were stopped. Where I come from, 5 tarmac roads that were built to bitumen standard, Mr. Speaker, like from Moi University, Cheptire to Moi University to Lesos to Imaki, Mr. Speaker, from there in Kisumu, all the way to Boita, somewhere in the highway of Timborwa. We had one, Mr. Speaker, from Kaiboi Trading Center, all the way to Chepterwai, all the way to Kakamega County. Most of those projects were only stalled because the only offense, Mr. Speaker, being supporters of William Ruto. But I'm happy God has given him the grace. And I know there are many projects that were stopped because they were just supporting William Ruto. But I want to confirm to the nation, William Ruto will ensure equity and equitable share of development across the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second point is on open governance. Being one of the champions of OGP, where we were led under the stewardship of the then Deputy President and the current President of the Republic of Kenya, the President has committed to open an accountable and transparent government. I want to ask the minority side, let us criticize the government in a credible, substantive, and in a malicious way. And I agree with the Senate Minority Leader, who is my learned senior and retired judge, your Senator Stewart Matsayo, when he said, we will give credit where it's due and criticize what is necessary, Mr. Speaker. And I agree, even allow me to borrow sentiments of my good brother, Senator Edwin Sifuna, when he says he does not wish the government to fail because the country will fail. I want to ask my brothers in the minority side, let us support government where it is necessary to for the benefit of Kenyans, and I can assure you the cornerstone of this government of William Ruto will be openness, transparent, and fairness going into the future. Mr. Speaker, another salient feature in the statement and address that was only equated to Solomonic, Mr. Speaker, was on the issue of amending standing orders, Mr. Speaker. I have been the chair of JLAC in this House. I can tell you many cabinet ministers don't want to come to the Senate. Yet the Constitution under Article 153(3) provides that a cabinet secretary shall appear before National Assembly Committee or the Senate. But I remember the notorious Minister of Interior. He used to decline to appear before this House until we issue summonses. Why should we invoke Powers and Privileges Act where we are fining 500,000 to individuals who don't want to appear before the Senate? Yet this Senate, Mr. Speaker, has quasi-judicial powers of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, I allow the President so that we can improve on accountability. I might be, and I'm not saying I might be the chair of national security, but it is better to have cabinet minister in charge of Interior, our good brother, our former colleague, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, and our superb chief agent, Mr. Speaker. You know the prowess on how he handled matters at the Bomas of Kenya. That's the real son of Tharaka Nithi and the real son of Mount Kenya, Mr. Speaker. We would wish to have him sit here, and Senator Wambua and Senator, my brother, Senator Ledama, questions the cabinet secretary direct, not through proxies of chairs, where chairs go and meet cabinet secretaries behind doors and discuss some things. When they come before the House, they want to shield cabinet secretaries. So I allow the President for that, and I hope to see cabinet secretary. And I want to assure, I don't want to warn anybody, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell the cabinet secretaries nominees that tread carefully. The president has said you must appear before parliament. And I want to request the president, any cabinet secretary who will defy Article 153.3 should form a ground of firing or even being impeached or vote of no confidence by Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fourth point is on the issue of financial autonomy. When I was the chair, Mr. Speaker, and thank God you are also the chair of COG then, we were trying to push operationalization of judiciary fund. I'm happy that this operationalization and autonomy of judiciary fund has come to forth. I heard Senate Minority Leader talking about they wanted to infer that there is state capture of judiciary simply because the Chief Justice and Deputy DCJ gave courtesy greetings to the President when he came to Parliament. That is not the case. The judiciary now, Mr. Speaker, has the power to control their own purse. And they say who calls the pipe or something around, there is a say, that, Mr. Speaker, now the judiciary can, Mr. Speaker, do their own stuff. I am happy, Mr. Speaker. Police will no longer be available for political errands, including national government administration, Mr. Speaker. Because the Inspector General has been made accounting officer, is a high holder, the President has signed autonomy, where the IG has his own access to money, Mr. Speaker. So police will no longer be available. I want to assure the minority side. Police will only be to provide security, maintain law and order, as per the policing act and any other acts that are relevant, Mr. Speaker. In future, Mr. Speaker, to extrapolate this, I wish also to request governors to give financial autonomies to county assemblies. And I know this is sweet music to my brother, Senator Edwin Sifuna, because you are finding where the governor is controlling, and Mr. Speaker, luckily you have been a governor, just the other day, I know governors would want to control, but my prayer is that let county assemblies have financial autonomy, Mr. Speaker. And God willing, I shall bring an amendment to Public Finance Management Act so that speakers and MCS can have direct access to their money so that the governors do not control them and try to emasculate them when they are doing their oversight role, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another issue that I want to mention is on the Hustlers Fund, and 50 billion is available. I want to call my colleagues on both sides, the majority and minority side, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the hustlers, Mr. Speaker, Mama Mboga, Boda, wherever they are from Kisumu, all the way to Mombasa, Mr. Speaker. This is their chance to change their lives. 50 billion is available for you. And the President has directed that money, Mr. Speaker, will not be given at constituency or at the county level. It will be given at what headquarters, Mr. Speaker. I would really want to see hustlers take that money and ensure you change lives, Mr. Speaker, because there are many young people. We can provide employment. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, both minority and majority, when you walk to offices, Mr. Speaker, you will imagine we are employment bureaus. The applications in our offices, the only way to become is to ensure that we are creative in terms of creating opportunities for the young people. And I hope we will assist the government in formulating the right legal procedures, Mr. Speaker, so that the rightful hustlers can access, Mr. Speaker. You remember with the youth fund, you used to find somebody at 70 years is a youth. Somebody at 80 years, 70, 60 years is a youth. This hustler, they must be rigorous vetting, Mr. Speaker, so that we can see what we can do. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I can see my time is fast spent, on the public debt, as I conclude, public debt is becoming a threat, Mr. Speaker. The country is looking at 10 trillion public debt as we talk. Mr. Speaker, I am among, and I think Senator Wambua and a number of us, 7 of us, who voted against the rising of public debt ceiling. We were insulted. We were told we didn't know what we were doing. But with time, we have been vindicated. Because we refuse the rising of public debt, Mr. Speaker, because the first charge when revenue is collected, Mr. Speaker, is on the...
Senator Chirange, your time is up. We need to be fair. That those who wanted to speak after the time was up, I declined. I need to be fair. Thank you. Before I allow Senator Ladama to speak, I need to make a communication. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Geta Secondary School, Nyandarua County, who are on an academic trip. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Maybe before I allow Senator Ledama to contribute to the motion, let me allow 2 minutes to the Senator of Nyandarua to welcome the delegation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I take this opportunity also on my own behalf and on behalf of my colleagues who are here to welcome our good young brothers and sisters from Geta Secondary School. Geta Secondary School is in Kipipiri, just next to Aberdare Forest, and it is a school that is coming up very well. And I would wish to ask our students who are up there, and indeed all the students who are from Nyandarua and all the other places of this country. They have seen me campaign around in the Kipipiri and Nyandarua. And as a young person, I will tell them that what has brought me this far is indeed education. I come from a very, very humble background. I come from a very, very small village. I would want to tell them that the sky is not even the limit. The limit is your own self. Just believe in yourselves, work very hard, and you shall become whatever you want to become. So I wish you all the best as you take your studies. I would wish that one day when I'll be the president of this country, one of you will be replacing me in this Senate and indeed all the other houses that are around. So karibuni sana, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Ledama, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to, as part of the Senate, to record my thanks on the speech of the President during the opening of the 13th Parliament. But before I do that, let me also appreciate the young men and women who have visited the Senate today from Nyandarua and encourage them to continue following the deliberations in this House so that they too can be part of the nation building. Mr. Speaker, it's important for the students to realize that our work in the Senate is to be able to correct, criticize, and also oversight on our county governments. So I hope that when you go back to Nyandarua, you will be able to share our gratitudes to the people of Nyandarua. Mr. Speaker, now to the speech of the President. Let me say that my job here as a senator is not to praise the President for giving a speech, but it's to be able to analyze and criticize and critique and correct the speech of the President so that it can be meaningful to this nation. Mr. Speaker, the speech of the President, in my view, and this is my own view, was a bit utopian. It was wishful thinking, it was brief, and when you follow the speech from the beginning, the President was trying to be able to build consensus. He wanted to be able to get a buy-in for his policies, which is not a bad thing. I think in every democracy, any leader would want to be able to have his policies or her policies adopted in a bipartisan approach. So I would not fault the President by doing that. I think even if I was the one seated in that seat, the first thing I would seek to do is to entice, seduce, and try to buy in so that the people who are supposed to be criticizing, oversighting my work, can also be able to dance to my tune. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very brief, but straight to the point. And I'll go straight to the issue that to me was an invitation for this House to amend the Constitution through the back door. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have alluded to Article 153 of the Constitution, which mandates every cabinet secretary to appear before a committee of the House, either National Assembly or the Senate, if they are invited. Mr. Speaker, if I read from the President's speech and his wishes, is that I would only conclude that the President would want us to go back to a parliamentary system. And in fact, not only a parliamentary system, but a Westminster kind of system, where the representatives elect one of their own to become the head of government so that they can be accountable to them in that House. Mr. Speaker, if this Parliament goes ahead and follow through with the proposal made by the President, we will be amending Article 153 of the Constitution, which is quite explicit and very clear. It states as follows: a cabinet secretary shall attend before a committee of the National Assembly or the Senate when required by the committee to answer any questions concerning a matter for which a cabinet secretary is responsible. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that in this House, apart from the representative, or rather the senators who are elected, and the other ones who are nominated, the only other person who is supposed to stand where I'm standing right now is either the clerk or the sergeant-at-arms helping us. Mr. Speaker, in fact, a very good example that I can use to be able to demonstrate to the public that any other person who stands here is a stranger is one of our own, Mr. Speaker. Hypothetically, if my dear sister, Senator Sige, the nominated senator, would have come in on the day where the President was addressing the two houses of Parliament, my dear sister would not have been allowed to sit where she's seated right now. She would have been asked to sit at the Speaker's gallery because she was a stranger. Even though she was nominated, until she was sworn in as a senator, she was still a stranger. The only reason why she can now comfortably sit where she's seated is because she's taken the oath. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite my colleagues to relook at Article 153 very, very carefully, and also look at Article 125 of the Constitution, which is what my good friend and colleague, Senator from Nandi, was referring to, in terms of has the Senate or the National Assembly having quasi-judicial powers to summon witnesses. Mr. Speaker, as the House of Reason and as the other arm of government, I would really like to beseech my colleagues for us to move away from this language of referring to each other as the opposition and the government. Mr. Speaker, in this House, I don't see any opposition. What I see is another independent arm of government, which is the legislative arm of government, which is tasked in making legislation. Mr. Speaker, when I refer back to the speech of the President, I want to make some comments, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the judiciary. I welcome the support given by the President to the judiciary. I welcome the respect which the President demonstrated, first by appointing the 6 judges who the previous administration had not appointed, despite numerous court orders. That was a good move, Mr. Speaker. It is also good to be able to allow the judiciary to control its own purse. My concern is, and this is what I hope we will not be able to fall into, And I will compare apples to apples, Mr. Speaker. In the event that the president can be able to stand and say, I will give the judiciary X amount of money. In the event that the president stands and say, I will approve the oversight kitty for the Senate. I will push for CDF. So we all become gullible and we say, hooray, Mr. President. Let it be reminded to all Kenyans that the person or the body that controls the purse is this parliament. We are the ones that divide the money between the two levels of government. It is us. When the president says, I will be able to set aside money or increase money to the judiciary so that they can be able to conclude the cases on corruption, I think the president should come and say, I will seek Parliament to approve my proposals. Because when the executive brings a budget here, it is a proposal until Parliament approves it or disapproves it. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Kenyans that the moment that we start respecting the principle of separation of powers or the check and balance system is the time that we will develop as a democracy. I have no beef, Mr. Speaker, with the president proposing to set up a fund for 50 billion shillings to be able to help Kenyans. I've got no beef with that. But it's something that we in Parliament must be able to consider. We must be able to look at the budget and ask ourselves. In one hand, Mr. Speaker, the president is proposing to cut the budget by 300 billion shillings. In another hand, he's suggesting to increase the budget by 50 billion shillings to be able to create what he calls as the Hustlers Fund. If the president would have been able to take us step by step, demystify where these 300 billion will be deducted from, I would be giving a different opinion. But as I stand now, or I think stands now, in the speech of the president, it was more like a statement, because he didn't give details on how this money, where this money was going to come from. Mr. Speaker, I now get into the issue which is very, very important. And I do hope that this House will take very, very careful measures in agreeing to it. In his address, in line number 20, the president suggested as follows, and I'm going to read it so that I can be able to prosecute it. He says, we are on mission to dramatically scale up productivity in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, he continues and says, and make sure that every Kenyan farmer, fisherman, and pastoralist contribute to sustainable economic growth by contributing to adequate and affordable food. About, I think, a week ago, Mr. Speaker, we all woke up to news that the cabinet had approved the lifting of the ban on GMOs. Mr. Speaker, the only way you can be able to scale up productivity in agriculture in this country today, Mr. Speaker, when we are facing severe droughts, is by altering the genetics of any crop which is planted here. Mr. Speaker, before we do that, I would like to beseech both the executive and this House to be able to educate Kenyans on the dangers that are there in altering the genetics of any food or any crop. Some of them include resistance to antibiotics. Some of them include resistance to allergens, whereby everybody will be allergic to everything. And also, most importantly, in a country where there are so many people who are poor, it reduces on the nutritional value of the food. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be open and careful when we come to this suggestion. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the CDF and the issue of the Senate Oversight Fund, My views are a little bit unorthodox, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we are a legislative arm of government, and that money should not be coming to the Senate or the National Assembly. That money should be sent to county governments so that we can be able to promote devolution. And we find a mechanism where members of both houses can be part of a committee that ensure that they scrutinize the budget. And the budget has to become a project-based budget. Mr. Speaker, because my time is over, and I'd hope that I had so much time, I want to end by stating as follows. Let us not temper with Mother Nature. Let us be very careful on this issue of GMO, because the moment we alter the genetics of anything that goes into our stomachs without being able to tell citizens who do not have access to that information, is the day that Mother Nature will be pissed off with us and will end up creating or encouraging more diseases to come into this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I do hope that my dear friend who is saying that I'm out of order can pick an English dictionary and see what pissed off means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, let's have Senator Asige Kagei Kristo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak. Before I start, I would like to congratulate the honorable members in the House, in this House, for their elected or nominated positions that they are now holding. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to further extend my thanks to my party, ODM, and the wider Azimio coalition for giving me this opportunity and for seeing a light in me to add value in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's not often that people with disabilities get opportunities such as this. And this being my first time to speak, I would like to share some of my perspectives on the presidential address by His Excellency the President, and also explain the lens of which I see some of the points that were made and some of the concerns that I would like to bring to the House. First of all, Mr. Speaker, in the blind community, the blind and visual impaired community, as a popular saying that goes, what's worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. Mr. Speaker, the President's speech, although touching on pertinent issues, I feel had some gaps in terms of representation of persons with disabilities. Pursuant to Article 54, 1B of our Constitution, it provides for the rights of persons with disabilities. And in the same article, it further talks about the state and the country having affirmative action of at least 5% representation in elective and appointive positions for persons with disabilities. The first point that I noted from the address, Mr. Speaker, is that although there was celebration and appreciation made by the President on the improvements over the different election periods on re-elected members, he actually said, if I remember correctly, that he was affirming the maturity of our democracy because of the numbers that had gone up. However, Mr. Speaker, there are also some other numbers that went up that have not been celebrated within the persons with disabilities community. These numbers that went up are us as PWDs not being represented in county assemblies over the last 2 elective cycles. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, there were 17 county assemblies that had no PWD representation. And in 2022, that number has gone up to 22 county assemblies having no PWD representation. If this trend continues, Mr. Speaker, we will see people with disabilities continue to not be represented in this country as they should be. My next point, Mr. Speaker, on representation is on the recent announcement of the CS list from the President. Unfortunately, this list, too, has no representation of people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, during his campaign, the President made promises and assurances to the PWD community that he appreciates and understands the need for our voice to be heard, for the need for us to be represented in CS appointments, in PS appointments, county assemblies, and so forth. But unfortunately, the list that has been announced does not consider this. I would like to urge, and I would like to urge the President and other Kenyans who are listening to this to also push for more representation of this vulnerable group of people in the country. Mr. Speaker, accountability was spoken by the President, which I was very pleased about. He also spoke about transparency, which I was also very pleased about. And he celebrated women leaders that are taking their seats and their places at the table. I want to share with this House and with Kenyans that there is an intersectionality of being a woman, and I am an example of that intersectionality, Mr. Speaker. Not only do I stand in this House representing people with disabilities, but I also represent women, and I also represent youth, and a further representation for another population of this country that is hardly spoken about, which is creatives. Mr. Speaker, as a young black Kenyan woman with a disability, studies show that we are the group that is left furthest behind in our population. This is because we carry multiple burdens of discrimination. We are 4 times more likely to suffer GBV, 3 times more likely to lack education, 3 times more likely to lack health care. We are 2 times more likely, 2 times less likely, to be employed, and 2 times less likely to use the internet. Young women and girls in Kenya are disproportionately uneducated, unemployed, impoverished, and abused. So you see, when I stand here today, I don't just stand for myself. I stand in front and on top of women, the shoulders of women and young Kenyans who have gone before me, and I wish to amplify their voices in these areas. Mr. Speaker, if the President is listening, and I hope that he is, I would like to urge him to remember that it's not just women leaders that he should be pushing and celebrating in leadership positions, but also for PWDs and women with disabilities specifically, so that we can no longer be on the menu, but take our seat at the table, Mr. Speaker. Another point that I noted in the presidential address, is the President's submissions on development. All sounded fantastic, and I am very pleased to hear some of the plans that he shared in the presidential address. However, Mr. Speaker, again, I did not hear how people with disabilities are featured in this development. I would like to bring to the House a few terms that I use in my profession outside of the corridors of Senate. I'm vehemently passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion, about accessibility, also about inclusive transport and mobility in Kenya, as well as, like I said, the creative industry. Mr. Speaker, in development, there's a principle called universal design. For those Kenyans listening that do not know what universal design is, it is the design of any building, road, product, service, or technology to be accessed, used, and understood by the widest spectrum of users, no matter their age, size, ability, or disability. This relates to the development plans spoken by the President, Mr. Speaker, because in every project, in every activity, and in every development plan, there must be universal design in order for that to be accessible to every Kenyan, so that every Kenyan is served and no Kenyan is left behind. As the biggest minority group in the country, when a building of a primary school is inaccessible or not universally designed, children with disabilities miss out on essential early childhood learning. When a high school is not universally designed, teenagers miss out on integral adolescent education to take them forward in their lives. When a workplace is not universally designed, we miss out on employment. Just a few moments ago, Mr. Speaker, I had lunch with the Honorable Tim Wanyonyi and members of KEDIPA, and we spoke about how people with disabilities are left so far behind that when a building or a school is inaccessible, that means that we probably will only start school at the age of 12, 13, 14, 15. And this is why you find a lot of the times, Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities are starting school class 1 at the age of 20, 25, at the age of 30. Poverty as well as inaccessibility play a big role in that, Mr. Speaker. And this is where I feel there is a bit of a gap in the development plan laid out by the President. Universal design, like I said, is not just infrastructure, the buildings, it's also the roads, it's also transport. Myself, I have experienced many a time when I have not been able to travel, I have not been able to go across home to the city center, so on and so forth, because of non-inclusive transport and non-inclusive roads. This means that I've missed out on many opportunities. I have seen my colleagues, my high school mates, family, friends, move on with their lives, while I remain stuck, Mr. Speaker. And this is not just the reality of me. It's the reality of approximately 0.9 million people with disabilities in the country. Universal design, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important, and I wish that Mr. President considers this moving forward in development plans and activities. The next point that I noted is budgets, Mr. Speaker. I've said this before, but not on the floor of the House, that the numbers of people with disabilities, as per the census taken in 2019, has been contested by the disabled community widely. Before the 2019 census, we were just above 4 million people with disabilities in the country, and post-2019 census, we have now gone down to 0.9 million people with disabilities. This affects our budgets. It affects equitable allocations, and this is mainly a main reason why we are suffering in terms of not being represented and not being seen and heard in different areas of development in the country. I wish and urge the President to consider this moving forward and how we can look for possible remedies to cure this disparity in data. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share.
Sorry, my good friend Senator, I want to hand you 2 minutes to conclude your maiden speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a great and noble example of equitable leadership. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to touch on, as I conclude, the creative industry that wasn't spoken about in the address. Creatives do a lot for this economy, but are not seen and are not heard and are not really understood. Young people are fighting with their parents, parents are fighting with their young people about the choices that they're making to become writers, to become musicians, to become dancers, painters, filmmakers, and so on. I would like to urge the President to consider what he will be offering creatives as well as he moves forward with his plans, as stated in the address last week. Mr. Speaker, I close by saying that it's really heartbreaking to be a person with disabilities sometimes. It's painful to see people going on with their lives, moving forward, having what they want, going where they want, having what they've dreamed of, as you remain stuck, watching people pass you by and leaving you behind. I would like everyone in this House, all honorable members, plus Mr. President especially and his office, to consider that we need to be represented in every facet of this nation: education, health, employment, development, maritime, the whole lot. And I finish by saying that there is a very popular Gandhi statement that goes, "The greatest measure of a nation is how it treats its most vulnerable members." I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that moving contribution, Senator Asige. Also, at some point, I heard that you wanted to inform Senator Chalgei what is a universal design in buildings, in roads, in transport. Now he is very informed. And I hope all your points, I think, Chalgei, make sure they reach somewhere. Yeah? Yeah, make sure they get to that office. Therefore, honorable senators, we have a visiting school from Kisumu County, which is represented by the distinguished senator from Kisumu County, the one and the only one, Senator Tom Ojenda. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Otieno Oyo Secondary School in Kisumu County who are on an academic trip. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Then let us have Senator Mandago. Oh, sorry. Okay, Professor Ojenda, take the floor and welcome the visitors from Kisumu County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I take this opportunity to welcome students from Otieno Yo High School, which is just about 5 kilometers from Kisumu town, to the house, and also welcome the teachers who have accompanied the students. Honorable Speaker, I think it is instructive for students to note that a visit to the Senate is a great opportunity that you should exploit to understand how Parliament functions, so that as you go back to Otieno Yo and to Kisumu County, you are able to share your experience on what you have seen in the lower house, which is the National Assembly, and the upper house, which is Senate. And that experience is important, Mr. Speaker, sir, because students, upon visiting Senate, are able to also aspire and to hone their skills, not just in learning, but also in learning that various professions lead to certain results. In this Senate, Honorable Speaker, there are people from different professionals, and there are individuals and senators from different sectors. We have industrialists, we have lawyers, we have businessmen, we have educationists, and it is important that whichever way you go, that you have an opportunity to serve your people in standing up for and advocating for your people to the best of your ability. So I welcome the students and the teachers to the Chamber of Senate, and please learn as much as you can before you go back to Kisumu County. Karibu, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Tom Ojenda. Proceed. Next is Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make comments on the presidential speech. First, Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate Senator Asige for the well representation of persons with disability, and indeed agree with I in most of the comments, particularly in making sure that accessibility to persons of disability to services, and particularly to government offices, is observed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, allow me to make comments on this speech, Mr. Speaker. And looking at paragraph 19, Mr. Speaker, as one of the senators has spoken in this House on the comments of the President in terms of fighting corruption in this country, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that fighting corruption in this country is not in how much we talk about it and how much we shout about it, Mr. Speaker, but in how much we invest in the institutions that are mandated by law, Mr. Speaker, to deal with matters of corruption. And, Mr. Speaker, the President, in his speech, made it very clearly that he is going to respect the separation of powers of the various arms of government, Mr. Speaker. And in that, Mr. Speaker, the President already has made sure that funds to the judiciary fund are increased. Mr. Speaker, in the quest to fight corruption...
Honorable Senator, sorry, just a minute, Honorable Senator Mandago. The Senator has just closed the floor. Kindly walk to the bow, and then you can close over. Proceed, Honorable Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the President, in his commitment to fight corruption in this country, has committed to empower the institutions responsible, Mr. Speaker. And we know, Mr. Speaker, one of the ways to empower the institution is to give them resources that they can then be able to deliver that service. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, in this country, access to justice has been limited by the number of courts, Mr. Speaker, we have across this country, and by the number of judges, Mr. Speaker, available to deliver justice in this country. Mr. Speaker, by increasing the funds to the judiciary, the President intends to ensure that justice is served at the nearest point to our citizens in this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, want to confirm to this House, Mr. Speaker, that the President and his administration has every intention of making sure that the fight against corruption is upscaled, but in a new manner, Mr. Speaker, where the institutions responsible are given the necessary resources. Mr. Speaker, the President, in his address, discussed about the issue of subsidized fertilizer availing to counties and regions that are going to experience short rains, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the President for this initiative and add that, Mr. Speaker, this subsidized fertilizer that is being moved to regions that are going to experience short rains, as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, and aware that agriculture is 95% devolved, Mr. Speaker, would like the ministry to work with county governments to ensure that this fertilizer reaches the intended farmers. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, county governments have data of their farmers, they have extension officers in the field, and when national government sends a fertilizer to counties and indeed gives it to counties to distribute, then we are confident that the intervention will produce the desired results, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, other sectors of agriculture have also been touched by the President, and I know a senator here alluded that it seems at the start, at the onset of this administration, probably regions that never voted for this administration are being discriminated. I want to say in the President's speech, Mr. Speaker, he talked about 23 counties and about 23 million Kenyans who are facing starvation. And the speech did not specify that those 23 million are those who supported this administration, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the intervention that is being put by the President to ensure that we have food through the subsidized fertilizer is timely and welcome, but we encourage the national administration to make sure they work with county governments who have the actual data and who know the actual farmers in the counties, so that this fertilizer can then reach the intended population. Mr. Speaker, on the President's speech on paragraph 27, the President informed the House of the reduction of the cost of credit by the mobile operators or the online lenders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the President for having consistently talked about this in his campaigns, and in his few days in the office, Mr. Speaker, engaged these lenders and already succeeded in ensuring that the cost of credit has been lowered by 40%, Mr. Speaker. But let me say, Mr. Speaker, the lowering by 40% by these operators is welcome, but I would want to still say that percentage outstanding is still extremely very high. Mr. Speaker, I say this because if you check on the lending rates of these online lenders, Mr. Speaker, the interest rates go as high as 24% after the reduction that was recently given by these operators, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we would urge the operators to actually lower the cost. Probably, Mr. Speaker, if not lower than what the banks are lending, equal to the rates the banks are lending, Mr. Speaker, because this is a credit that is available to a majority of Kenyans at the comfort of where they are doing their business. Mr. Speaker, on the ASLA fund, This is a fund, Mr. Speaker, that will be a game changer in this country for our youth, depending on how the legislation, the legal framework, the regulation, and the training that is going to be offered to all the borrowers to ensure that this is sustainable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, many young people in this country have so much innovations, and some of these innovations, Mr. Speaker, have been stolen from these young people. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there are blue chip companies in this country who have taken advantage of our young people and their innovations, and for lack of capital, actually stolen the applications and the innovations from these people. Mr. Speaker, this fund is going to sort the problem of applications or innovations of our young people and citizens of this country being taken over by multinationals because of their financial muscle to develop this, Mr. Speaker. This affords our young people and the country the opportunity to innovate using easily accessible and affordable credit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these funds, the administration has promised to make sure that they are available at the ward level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, we would ask the national administration to make sure that county governments are involved at that level so that every Kenyan in every part of this country can be able to access this ASLA fund, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we would like, as a Senate, to also be part of this process in oversighting these funds to make sure it is sustainable, Mr. Speaker. We've seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, funds like the Youth Enterprise Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, has made an impact, but not the impact that was desired when the funds were being established, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we would like to see this ASLA fund program succeed so that we can reduce the level of unemployment in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President, in a quest to make sure that Kenyans have access or live in decent houses, Mr. Speaker, has proposed to invigorate the housing program, the affordable housing program, Mr. Speaker, that has been going on, Mr. Speaker, but has faced a number of challenges. Mr. Speaker, I support the President in this initiative because once launched, Mr. Speaker, the development of about 250,000 units will create a very high opportunity for employment. Mr. Speaker, I also want to note that housing as a function is a concurrent function between county governments and the national government, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it should be well noted, as this program is being initiated, that the sharing of assets between national and county governments, particularly on housing, Mr. Speaker, was not concluded, and the national government still holds to all the housing lands in the country that were supposed to be shared. And if this program is to succeed, Mr. Speaker, county governments must be involved so that this program can be availed to all counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also on this housing project, Mr. Speaker, as we are aware, this was a program that was ongoing. There will be need, Mr. Speaker, on this housing program to ensure that local contractors, local materials are used in this program, Mr. Speaker. We want a situation where a county like Machakos, Mr. Speaker, should be able to be supplying sand. And the cement that is being manufactured in this country, Mr. Speaker, is actually used in this affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. We don't want a situation that we saw in the last program, Mr. Speaker, where the contractors were importing cement in millions of tons, Mr. Speaker, from China, and by the time the program was being launched, all materials for the construction of affordable housing were actually imported materials, and all our companies were suffering from depressed markets because the cement that was available then for these programs were also finding its way into the market, creating unfair competition, Mr. Speaker. I urge this House, Mr. Speaker, to be very keen for us to be able to develop legislation and frameworks that will safeguard the local contractors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also realizing the magnitude and the volume of this project, Mr. Speaker, and the cost and the funds that will be involved, there is need, Mr. Speaker, to integrate the development of this housing with capacity building of our contractors and all our young people in our universities, Mr. Speaker, so that we build local capacity, and in the future, local contractors should be able to undertake all these kinds of construction, Mr. Speaker. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because when the national government commenced the program of constructing the expressway, which we expended over 60-70 billion from the national coffers, Mr. Speaker, the technical know-how was with the contractors who are foreigners, Mr. Speaker. And you can see the multitude.
Mr. Senator Madago, do you wish to be informed by the Senator from Mombasa?
I have no objection, Mr. Speaker. Being a mono, you should be willing to be informed so that you learn.
Okay. Senator Faki Mohamed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thought the Nairobi Express Highway was a PPP project and not a government project. Thank you.
That is what is
Mr. Speaker,
public partnership.
Agreed, Mr. Speaker.
The government comes in as a public partner.
Mr. Speaker, from the statement from Senator Faki, he thinks. So it also seems not to be sure. But let me say this on making my point, Mr. Speaker, that why we need to integrate with training so that we have capacity is you realize that that project had a lot of structural constructions that required very high kind of expertise. And Mr. Speaker, our universities and our local contractors, if within the framework could have been involved in that project, Mr. Speaker, in 3 or 4 years' time, Mr. Speaker, it will no longer be necessary to have international tenders for them to carry. And we know the impact of that in the economy, Mr. Speaker, is that when we have local contractors doing those volumes of work, the kind of money that will remain in this country is what is going to spur the economy and grow our tax base, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of public-private partnership, Mr. Speaker, the current act, Mr. Speaker, is not very facilitative. If you look at the turnaround time of one PPP project to take off, Mr. Speaker, is between 3 to 5 years. There will be no investor, locally or internationally, Mr. Speaker, who will be willing to keep running around offices, Mr. Speaker, following this form, following this document.
Senator Mandogo, your time is up. Maybe next time you'll be able to conclude when you see the yellow light. Sorry for that. Senator Wambu, I know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the speech of the President, allow me to try and settle that conflict in terms of the right position on the expressway, because I sat in the Roads Committee in the last session. Both Senator Madago and Senator Faki are right. It was indeed a PPP, but there was a government component of the project to relocate existing infrastructure like electricity and water pipes. That was a component that the government undertook. The Speaker, going to the speech read by the President, and I'm saying the speech read by the President very deliberately. The Speaker, I will try to be very brief. I will make my presentation in 3 segments. I will express my views, first, on my expectations. Secondly, I would just give an overview of the speech, and that's my views, and then I'll get into the specifics of the speech. The Speaker, allow me to say that in regard to my expectation
as a leader in this country, as the elected representative of the interests of the sovereigns of Kitui County, I was underwhelmed, actually disappointed by the speech read by the President. Underwhelmed, Mr. Speaker, because prior to the reading of the speech by the President, there was a live conversation across the political divide among leaders whether they were going to attend this session or they were not going to attend. I made a deliberate choice to attend. And I expected that two things would happen. One, I expected that solutions to the skyrocketing cost of living across the country would form the centerpiece of the President's speech. Speaker, to my recollection, and I've gone through this speech many times, that did not happen. Immediately, Mr. Speaker, after the speech was read on the 29th, on Thursday, I traveled to Kitui on Friday. And the cry of the people of Kitui on the address of the President was, what solutions has the President given to deal with drought and starvation in sections of our county? The Speaker, that is still a live matter. It must be appreciated by all of us that if there is one challenge that this country is facing, is the challenge of drought and starvation in pockets of the country, I would have expected that the President would address himself to that issue. The Speaker, the second issue that I expected the President to deal with, that he did not deal with, was this whole matter of the CBC. The Speaker, that matter, though later the President appointed a task force to look into that curriculum, the Speaker, I expected that because the President was setting the agenda of the nation for the next 5 years, I expected that he would boldly address himself and make policy pronouncements on the issue of CBC. Elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, and we all know, Mr. Speaker, you know, I know, I'm very sure the majority whip knows that when it comes to matters of education and when there are issues touching on education, it behoves the highest office in the land to intervene and intervene with proper information. I'm reminded of former President of the US, George Bush, in 2002, when he signed the No Child Left Behind Act into law to address issues of public schools, especially issues of access to minority groups, including blacks. And that photo is forever going to be ingrained in my mind, Mr. Speaker, of that black boy standing next to the President as he signed the bill into law. Later on, they progressed, and President Obama signed the Every Child Succeeds Act, because education issues, Mr. Speaker, are very important to the life of a nation. My expectations were not met. But it was not my speech, it was a speech read by the President. So an overview of the speech, Mr. Speaker. 2 or 3 issues. One, colleagues have argued on the length of the speech. and they've said it was short, others said it was okay. But, Mr. Speaker, where I sit, substance is not necessarily on the length of the speech, but on the detail in every paragraph, whether short or long. My biggest beef with this speech is that, Mr. Speaker, whereas there was an expectation that it would set the agenda of the government for the next 5 years, this speech, Mr. Speaker, does not speak to itself. I am a journalist of long and good standing, Mr. Speaker. When you look at paragraphs in this speech, you are tempted to believe that somebody slept on their job, because the president does not write his own speech. Somebody slept on their job. When you look at paragraph 45, for instance, the president takes issue with hustlers who are saving as little as 200 shillings a month, and says cumulatively for 30 years, that saving would total to 72,000. In the same speech, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 47, the president is encouraging us, including the hustlers, all of us are hustlers, I believe, to save. And the government is going to be giving as little as 1 shilling for a maximum of 6,000 shillings saved a year in a national savings scheme. On the one hand, we are saying you're saving 200 shillings is too little a month. On the other hand, the government is giving 1 shilling for every 6,000 shillings saved for the same period of time. Mr. Speaker, when you go to paragraph 41, the government wants to save 300 billion Kenya shillings this year. The other paragraph, the government wants to create, paragraph 28, the government is creating the Asla Fund and putting in there 50 billion Kenya shillings. You don't know what policy statement the president has been given a speech to read and set for his government in the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker. That is my appreciation of this speech. Let me go to the specifics, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 11, the president commits himself to an issue-based political leadership. Mr. Speaker, I want to advise that different regions in this country have different needs. What one may consider an issue in one region may not necessarily be an issue in another region. The Speaker, as I said, and this has been touched in the speech on the issue of water, I come from a region that has serious water deficit and rainfall that is very erratic. The Speaker, the first concern for the people of Kitui and for the people of the lower eastern region, the first concern is water, the second concern is water, the third concern is water. Mr. Speaker, I will expect...
Sorry, Senator Bua, what is out of order, Senator Ruba?
Hold my time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of order. 122E. Honorable Senator Wambua, my friend, has given inaccurate information as to the content of President's speech. If you look at paragraph 47 of the speech, Senator Wambua said, the President said, for every 6,000 shillings saved, he will give a shilling. And I quote, the President said in paragraph 47, for every 2 shillings saved in the scheme, up to a maximum of 6,000 a year, the government will contribute 1 shilling. For every 2 shillings, 1 shilling. And so the information given initially of, I would like to correct that. Thank you very much.
That was actually a point of information. It's
Yes.
okay. Maybe you can make the correction.
Yeah, sure. It's a point of information which does not change the facts. The facts remain as they were. I don't know how it does it, because if you remember, the context of my overview was about a speech that is not speaking to itself. There is a saving here that is said to be very low, but there's a lower saving that is being encouraged. Same thing. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I want to move and conclude my presentation. The Speaker, on paragraph 14, the President has devoted himself to be President of every Kenyan and serve all regions irrespective. The Speaker, I would want to encourage the advisors of the President and the President himself on the floor of the Senate to match his words with his actions. The Speaker, Senator Boni Khalwale knows very well of the contents of the session of paper number 10 on African socialism and its application to development in Kenya, to planning in Kenya. 1965, talking about political equity, wealth creation, human dignity. Opinion is divided on that session of paper because there are those who believe that was a very good paper. There are those who believe that it only gave resources to areas that were already resourced, and the areas that were not resourced were left to suffer. The Speaker, this commitment, where I sit, speaks to the principle of paper number 10. That is, the Speaker, whereas the President is saying that he will serve all Kenyans irrespective, that does not hold true. And our duty, Mr. Speaker, in this House, as senators and as members of Parliament in the National Assembly, is to hold the executive to account on their own word. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this very clear, because I see a temptation, especially on leaders seated on the right side of the Speaker, thinking that they are more government than leaders seated on the left side of the Speaker. The Speaker, there is no attempt by any member of Parliament, elected or nominated, that will make us part of the executive. Our duty as legislators is to hold the executive to account. So that, as Senator Sifuna said, even when the executive succeeds, this country succeeds. If and when the executive fails, this country will fail. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no right or wrong in this speech. Senators and members of Parliament in the National Assembly will interpret this speech from where they sit. And they will do what they must do to hold the executive to account on their promises. The Speaker, lastly, if time will allow, I want to laud the President for saying that, for inviting the legislature to hold the executive to account. I call upon the President to rein on members of his party and members of his coalition not to pretend that the President is more of their President any more than he is the President of the minority side. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make my presentation, and I hope that going forward, members, both on the left and the right of the Speaker, will remember the words of my senior colleague, Senator Governor James Orengo: governments eat their children. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity. If I may contribute to the President's speech, the President of the Republic of Kenya talked of 52 issues within a very short time. He talked eloquently and with a lot of vigor, and that made the speech to be seen as a very short time. Mr. Speaker, the President actually started asking for cooperation with the legislators, the two the two houses, the National Assembly and the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the President's speech gave some hopes to the young upcoming politicians and the minority of Kenyans that, and if I may quote, with your permission, sir, with the support of Kenyans, we have dislodged ethnicity as a central organizing principle of our politics. In Kenya, the sitting deputy president became the candidate of opposition, and leader of opposition became the candidate for the government. And as things will be, the opposition candidate won the election and became the president of the Republic of Kenya, and the president became the leader of the opposition. This is the beauty of democracy. Actually, this was a lot of the country. I mean, this has given us a lot of hopes, and I think this time the issues to do with dynasty now is over, and every Kenyan has the opportunity to become the president of this country. If I add to that, he also asked the two chambers to work together for the interest of this country, so that we can deliver for the public, for the people of Kenya. One other thing, Mr. Speaker, that has taken, and this is a concern to me, is that 3.5 million Kenyans are today facing drought, and not only drought, but famine. That many Kenyans today in 23 counties don't have food to eat. And this president, this has become a now president in this country, in the successful government in the past and today, that this country has enough resources. This country, even in the marginal areas, can be able to produce enough food for this country. Mr. Speaker, one thing I can assure you, it's only if we give attention and enough attention and resource to the other areas, that is in the same areas, that this country will grow, the GDP will grow into a double digit. Unfortunately, as one of my colleagues said, the session of paper 10 has really marginalized the marginal areas. and give opportunity to the high potential areas. And today, after every 2 or 3 years, we have a disaster almost in this minority, in the other areas. Whatever intervention is done, it's only ad hoc. We very few maize and beans, which is not even enough for the school-going children in those areas. Mr. Speaker, I think we can do better. This country needs to plan for the marginalized areas, for the arid areas. The arid areas, actually, Mr. Speaker, the livestock we keep in those areas contribute about 70% of the GDP today. If well utilized, it can go up to 100 billion shillings. I'm saying not 70%, but 70 billion shillings. If well utilized and well planned and well resourced, it can be able to produce or give over 150 billion Kenyan shillings. The same sector employs about 15 million Kenyans. The 15 million Kenyans, after every 3 years, they face starvation. The animals die in large number. The people are starved. We are only given, some peanuts of, few maize here and there, but there's no plan. Mr. Speaker, the President, His Excellency the President talked about developing water through the BP, that is public partnership, public-private partnership. But I think the public-private partnership for the crucial areas like in northern Kenya will not work well. Therefore, I think the priority should be changed. There is enough water. That's, if you look at Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, and Tana River and Turkana, most of us depend on subsurface water. But if you look at areas like Garissa and Tana River, one of the biggest Tana River, flows 24/7. 3 lanes of water is drained to the ocean every second. That water can be tapped, diverted for food production. That water can be used to take care of the people who are now having water problem. I don't know what is happening, Mr. Speaker. That Tana River now meanders through part of Kitui, part of Embu, part of Garissa, Tana River. And all those places have always acute water shortage, which should not be there. Mr. Speaker, in this world, there are places like Egypt that does not rain, even doesn't have rain for almost 5 years, 6 years consecutively. And today Egypt is depending on River Nile, that where our own rivers flow into it, and the river gets water from like Victoria. All the waters from going to Victoria, the rest is going to the oceans. That is where we need now to tap water for the production of this country. That we must alleviate this kind of, water shortage, this kind of, famine. Every time there's no food for the people. I think that is actually a misplaced priorities. Mr. Speaker, one other thing is that the President has pledged that he'll be loyal, hardworking, and devoted to President to serve all Kenyans without prejudice or without regards to any distinctions. I hope and I believe that will happen. He also talked about scaling up agriculture. What happened is in agriculture, our farmers in other parts of the world, even the developed world like America and Europe, the subsidies always given to the farmers. But what's happened now in Kenya is that the farmers are left alone to struggle on their own to produce food. But since the President has said that they will subsidize, the government is going to subsidize food production at the production level and not at consumer level, this country now, as it is, we have also become consumers instead of producers. We import everything. Virtually even the oranges are coming from Tanzania. Sugar and soy is coming from Uganda. Mention anything. I think now this country, we have the land, we have the resources, we have the brain. We have Kenyans who are well educated, researchers and scientists. But unfortunately, I don't know what's happening. We need to now to make a change on how best we can be able to be self-sufficient in food production. We cannot subsidize only at times of only, something like fertilizer only. Mr. Speaker, the most unfortunate thing is we lose a population of livestock of 100,000, 200,000. They die. The only thing that we see on the screens of TVs, internationally and in Kenya, is the carcass only. No interventions in time. So what we need is we need to have a timely intervention for this kind of business. Mr. Speaker, one other thing is I think I should have allowed the President that scaling up agriculture does not mean only crop agriculture. We need for the fisher folk, we need for the livestock farmers, we need everybody. This place, this country, even if it's dry, 70% of this country is dry. It's marginal areas. They have low production capacity. But we can grow food like cassava, you can grow sorghum. There are many options. But the unfortunate thing is, today we are giving all attention to the likes of maize, tea, coffee, which is covered in the small areas of the country. We need to do better way. Better than what we are now thinking about, and I think beyond the box, outside the box. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud also the President, for he said he has reduced the credit facility by 40%. And I think that today, most of the small-scale farmers and the small entrepreneurs, the small and medium entrepreneurs don't get access to credit. So I think I will also say that was a very good thing. The Hustler Fund actually is a very good idea, and I think we'll appreciate if this fund can utilize appropriately. Because most of the times there's the women fund, the youth fund, and this thing has not had many impact in the past. And there has been a lot of looting. So I hope measures will be put in place that this money is safeguarded and it will go to right people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I can see my time is over. On the low-cost housing, actually, this is a very good suggestion. These Kenyans, most of them are living in shanties, in a place where they cannot appropriately live. They are living in shanties, and therefore, but what we need is, this will not cover only in Nairobi and other areas, big towns. We need to go, it goes to Wajir. We want to change this to some other areas so that we have a decent housing for those people also. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, with time, I beg to support.
Thank you. Next is Senior Senator for Siaya County, Uhuru Odinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to contribute to the presidential speech. And Mr. Speaker, I will start by thanking the President for having recognized that this was a very, very hotly contested election. Mr. Speaker, the elections in Kenya are different from elections in all the countries in East Africa. Elections in Kenya are very, very hotly contested. And Mr. Speaker, I must confess that in East Africa, I don't think there is any other country where democracy is as vibrant as it is in our country, Kenya. Mr. Speaker, what I would, however, like to plead with the President to do is to desist from weakening the opposition. Because, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is supposed to oversight the government of the day. And when you get into the culture, which is undemocratic, of poaching members from the opposition by luring them with goodies. Mr. Speaker, you are in the process weakening the side of the opposition, which is the minority in the new terminology in our new constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that this culture is going to stop, and that the members of parliament who think that there is goodies on the other side, I can tell them with a lot of experience in parliament here that there is no difference between members on that side and members of this side. There's nothing they are going to get there more than what they would have gotten if they stayed. Because some of them, Mr. Speaker, sir, campaigned for the side of Azimio up to the end. But then finally you find them, after the elections, they now pretend to be the good boys on the other side, where they never contributed. They want to harvest where they did not sow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on the issue which the President mentioned, and this is on the giving additional resources to the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that the judiciary has been starved of funds. Mr. Speaker, they were starved of funds when the current president was actually the deputy president, and even I think he was even sometimes a co-president. And yet, deliberately, the judiciary was starved of funding. And Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the independence of the three arms of government, they should be truly independent. The president cannot purport to be dishing out money to the judiciary and strengthening them, because they are supposed to be independent. When you are the one who is becoming, you are condescending by saying that you will allocate more funds. The true independence of these institutions is that they should also be financially independent, Mr. Speaker, sir. The judiciary should be given an opportunity to prepare their budgets, present them to Parliament. Once Parliament has approved them, then they should be given direct funding from the consolidated fund, Mr. Speaker. The same way, Parliament should be funded directly from the consolidated fund and not given a favor which is like a bribery. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of giving the judiciary fund to strengthen them, it is like bribing them or thanking them for some action which they have done or omitted to do. Mr. Speaker, that I did not take kindly, and I thought that was not a very, very good way of talking about the independence or strengthening the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point which I noted in the President's speech was on the issue of not subsidizing consumption, but subsidizing production. Mr. Speaker, this is a principle which is correct. It is a principle which is correct that you should not be subsidizing consumption, but you subsidize production. Now, Mr. Speaker, whereas this is true, the President went ahead to mention that he had reduced the price of fertilizers from 6,500 to 3,500. Mr. Speaker, first, I understand, I don't know whether it is that this fertilizer was a donation which was given free. Secondly, it was sent out late when people did not require them. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not the issue. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is that the fertilizer is only one factor, one input in the production of maize, for instance. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of inputs to encourage or to spur production, you also talk of land preparation. And land preparations these days, Mr. Speaker, is not done by the hoe. It is not done by clearing with pangas. Mr. Speaker, it is done by tractors, and these tractors use diesel. So when you remove subsidy from diesel, and you call it consumption, and yet it is an input into production, into land preparation, Mr. Speaker, you are not helping the farmer. And the final product is that what comes out is not going to be cheaper, Mr. Speaker, because you are excluding other inputs which are necessary to help the farmer produce the food. And Mr. Speaker, in a line of production, as you all know, Mr. Speaker, there are so many other ingredients which affect the cost of farming, including post-harvest losses, Mr. Speaker, storages, and also making these products accessible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, making them accessible means facilitating transportation from areas where they are produced to areas where they are needed and making them accessible. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you have a situation where maize is available in areas where it is produced, but there is hunger in areas where it is needed. Mr. Speaker, the logistics of moving this should be one of the considerations which should have been given by the President, and not introducing GMOs immediately thereafter. The GMOs which have failed in South Africa, they failed in South Africa because of very many reasons, including the patenting of those seeds by seed companies who will make them inaccessible to farmers, will make them very expensive. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking of introducing them, there are other things, including health issues, which should have been considered, and this should be a matter for policy, which should be discussed by members of the public before such a policy is introduced. And because it is something which none of the East African countries is implementing. All the East African countries have rejected it. I was a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. This matter was introduced and hotly debated, and it was rejected by the East African Parliament because of many, many reasons, including health reasons. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would not like to continue much more on this subject, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to conclude by saying that, giving money to small traders and saying that you have introduced 50 million shillings. 50 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a drop in the ocean. Mr. Speaker, this is something which cannot, if you have to give about 2,000 people or 10,000 people the money, they will get less than 2,000 shillings. And I don't think that is a way of encouraging business. It will not spur the business, Mr. Speaker. Instead, it will only help to impoverish these so-called hustlers. It will make them poorer, and it will make them dependent on cash transfers rather than helping them to improve their standards of living. Mr. Speaker, sir, with those few remarks, I want to end my contribution to this.
Majority Leader Emeritus, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this very important speech of the President, which is a constitutional dictate. Mr. Speaker, the President gave a very brief speech. I have been here for the last 10 years. Presidential speeches of this nature, of opening of Parliament or State of the Nation address, have always been done for almost 1 hour, 1.5 hours. From the Speaker, the President was very targeted, very sanctioned, Mr. Speaker, in what he was presenting, and very clear in his thoughts about what he wants to do for this Republic. Mr. Speaker, I must start by saying that where the President started was very important, about democracy in this country. William Ruto, to many, was not supposed to be the President of the Republic of Kenya at this point in time. A lot of energy and effort was spent by the outgoing government, Mr. Speaker, which was a conglomerate of a former opposition with the existing government then. And in the words of Senator Uhuru odinga, Mr. Speaker, the deep state was also on that side, Mr. Speaker, and the system. And having, Mr. Speaker, put together their forces, did everything that was humanly possible to make sure that William Ruto would not ascend to office. But because we have strong institutions, Mr. Speaker, strong government institutions, and very strong, Mr. Speaker, citizens at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, we were able, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, to cross that bridge and deliver, Mr. Speaker, the wish of the people of Kenya in the election of William Ruto to be the president. Granted, the president recognized that this election was very close, demonstrating that, Mr. Speaker, the things that unite us are more than those that divide us. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that even when the President said that there must be a mechanism for cabinet secretaries to come to this House and the Law House to make a presentation on and to be questioned on the work they're doing, Mr. Speaker, I submit to you and to this House that that mechanism already exists in the standing orders. Like Senator Kajwang submitted yesterday, that can easily be done as soon as we law this mess, Mr. Speaker, and have a committee of the whole. It is possible for a cabinet secretary to come to this chamber and make a presentation on any issue and be questioned on any issue. In any case, we've done that before. When we were dealing with medical equipment in this House, we summoned the cabinet secretary, and we were almost a full House, even though we did it through a committee of the whole House that I chaired, Mr. Speaker, at that point in time. And therefore, this can be made to become a practice that can facilitate accountability. It may not be necessary to do it every week, but that is something that can be done once in 3 months. Many of the senators who are here will realize that in most of the cabinet secretaries the last 10 years were not responsive to the summons from this House. We have had to have fights. We have even sometimes have to go to the extent of, Mr. Speaker, issuing official summons to these cabinet secretaries. In fact, to the extent of even some of them were fined because they were not responsive to the call to the request by this House to come and become accountable to the people of Kenya through their elected representatives. So it's important that we have a president in office. And I wonder, when I see my colleagues on the minority side criticizing that very important point, I think it's because they are used to the National Assembly, where they had this luxury of having cabinet secretary come running because they knew the mandate of National Assembly included budgets in their departments and their ministries. But this House has been ignored for long. So it's important to have a president in office who appreciates the role of this Senate and Parliament and who wants to give support to a legislature to function. Number two, the President talked about support of the judiciary. It's instructive to note that this President has a majority both in National Assembly and the Senate. And therefore, when Parliament, when he's having budgetary proposals from his Cabinet Secretary, it includes the budgetary allocation that are related, Mr. Speaker, to the judiciary. So we cannot close our eyes. We all know that we have separation of powers, but there are limits to separation of powers, and separation of powers does not mean that there is enmity between the national executive and the judiciary and the legislature. We play a role. If that was the case, then the judiciary would not even send the registrar to come and defend the judicial budget in Parliament. Because then, if the argument will be that the President should not have a say on what judiciary can get, then that argument can be extrapolated to mean the National Assembly should also not have a say on budget of the judiciary. Yet, it's a constitutional responsibility that budgetary proposals will come from the executive, and the National Assembly will play a role in ensuring that that allocation of the budget is successful. And to make sure also that the Treasury, which is in the executive, it is not enough just that you have a budget. We all know that there are administrative bottlenecks that can easily hinder various agencies of government from there receiving their allocation. We know, because for sure, we know many of the counties have not received their allocation even to the end of the financial year, because there are bottlenecks that are put in the office of in the Treasury and the office of the control of budget that sometimes make it difficult for counties to exhaust the resources that are allocated to various projects in their counties. So supporting the judiciary does not mean that the judiciary shall be subservient. If you had judges who only needed budgetary allocation for them to rule in favor of the executive, then those judges in the first place do not deserve to be members of the judiciary. And Senator Ojenda will tell you, because he has served in the Judicial Service Commission, that the judges they hired are not that caliber of judges. They are men and women of integrity that are able to even associate and socialize, Mr. Speaker, with us, even members of Parliament. But when a matter is before them and is touching on us, they will rule in favor of the law. And we know many times that the judiciary has made certain rulings that have not declared even legislation that we've passed unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker, or where members of this august House, Mr. Speaker, have been found guilty in courts of law, notwithstanding the fact that they play a role in budgetary allocation. So it's not true that our judges are so easily swayed by a judiciary, by an executive that is advocating for proper allocation of resources. Mr. Speaker, the President also went ahead to speak about matters that are so dear to Kenyans, and most importantly is the question of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, you know that it was the promise of the Kenya Kwanza campaign team and coalition that if they get to office, we will do everything humanly possible to reduce the price of fertilizer from 6,500 to 3,500. And you know that that subsidy program was quickly implemented. And as we speak, already we have fertilizer for the midterm rains, Mr. Speaker, being distributed across the country in areas where there is planting of cereals, maize included, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we deal with the question of food security and the high cost of foodstuff. Mr. Speaker, the President also spoke about the credit and the many millions of Kenyans who are suffering because of Mshwari and Fuliza. And again, true to his promise, the President held a meeting with our company, our most profitable company, Safaricom Kenya, and managed to negotiate for a reduction of, Mr. Speaker, the credit and to change also the system. And the President has promised that we must change the current Credit Reference Bureau system to a system, Mr. Speaker, that is rewards points or prudence on or credit scoring system, which is a system that has been used successfully in many parts of the country, of the world. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this will help a great deal to ensure that we have a nation that is, Mr. Speaker, capable of accessing credit and doing business. Mr. Speaker, the President also spoke about the Judiciary Fund. I mean, not Mr. Speaker, the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund, again, misunderstood by a few presenters from the minority side, is not a gift, Mr. Speaker, or handout to young people of business or small and medium-sized enterprises. To the contrary, this is a fund that is meant to assist and support small businesses of hawkers, mama mboga, the people running kinyozis, the makangas, Mr. Speaker, people whom we promise that we will help them to work from bottom up, Mr. Speaker, and grow the economy. The President spoke about housing, very important project of housing, Mr. Speaker. The Constitution, Article 43, promises that one of the rights that every Kenyan must enjoy is, Mr. Speaker, affordable and, Mr. Speaker, housing. And housing requires, Mr. Speaker, a proper house with dignity, not the kind of houses we see in Mukuru Kwanjenga, in Mathare slums, in Kibera, Mr. Speaker, in Huruma, in Eldoret, Mr. Speaker, and many other parts of the country. We must give people in Kaptembo, in Nakuru, the people of Kenya must have access, Mr. Speaker, to proper housing. Again, the President also promised implementation of Article 43 in ensuring that people have a right to water. And, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that many Kenyans get this water, and the President has promised, Mr. Speaker, a change of funding so that we can have water purchase agreement and invite the private sector to invest in water by, Mr. Speaker, constructing large dams, distributing the water, and billing the users. And then the private sector can, Mr. Speaker, recoup their expenses, Mr. Speaker, and profits that they need through, Mr. Speaker, charges that are going to ensue in that sector. Therefore, President's speech, Mr. Speaker, had so many issues, including universal health care, further distribution of electricity, digital technology distribution, and using, Mr. Speaker, the electrical system that is in place to distribute electricity. Mr. Speaker, a more just tax system that the President has promised. Mr. Speaker, an enhancement of savings by the people of Kenya. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call upon my colleagues and members of this House, Mr. Speaker, the Senate and National Assembly, that let's close ranks and support where the President is right, where the government is right. Let's also close ranks and criticize the government, oversight the government properly. This is a government that is ready to be oversighted. And I know those who are going to work with the executive must be ready, because there is a president here who is willing to be assisted by a legislature to bring about change in this country. And I want to encourage each one of us who is in this House that, Mr. Speaker, don't, unlike what Senator Uhuru was saying, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all of us here that you should not go to bed with the executive. Not just those who are in the minority side, Mr. Speaker, also those who are in the majority. It's our responsibility, notwithstanding the side we are sitting, to make sure that we hold the executive accountable. If we don't do that, we are going to make the executive fail. For those of us who are sitting in the majority side, notwithstanding the fact that we campaigned and supported and brought a president to office, he has not called us into sycophants. He's called us to constructive criticism and support, and to make sure that everybody appointed by the president, from cabinet secretary to a sweeper in any office, Mr. Speaker, is accountable to the people of Kenya by the assistance of the legislature. Not one side of the legislature, both sides of the legislature, Mr. Speaker. So I want to allay the fears that the minority side have, that perhaps maybe we are sitting here as a majority to cover up for the executive. No. If we cover up for the executive, the people of Kenya will know and will see through our behavior and our actions, and we may not have a chance to be re-elected again, Mr. Speaker. So it is a call for all of us to make sure that we stand together as a legislature. And I keep calling, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate must not sleep on its job, must not abdicate its responsibility, must not, Mr. Speaker, leave this responsibility to National Assembly. We must be on the forefront. And in any case, the President has also promised that he's going to support the funds for accountability in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, we need to follow through that promise and ensure that there is enough resources for senators to be able to go to their counties and hold their governors into account, and county executive, Mr. Speaker, through proper meetings that are funded by the executive. And, Mr. Speaker, we must also support the national government CDF fund, because we all know the difference it's making as a unit of further devolution, Mr. Speaker, of resources to the constituency level. We may have had issues before with the National Assembly members, but we cannot argue with the benefits that come with the national government, CDF, because, Mr. Speaker, you are a witness. You've been a member of National Assembly. Without that CDF, many of our schools would not have the infrastructure they have today. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and wish, Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President and his government the very best as they serve the people of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Murkomen. Well spoken. And if you go, first of all, to wish you best of everything in your near future endeavor. And if you go with that mindset in the executive, I'm telling you, you learn a lot of value in what the executive does in this country. Let us now hear Senator Tom Ojenda, Kisumu Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Speaking after my colleague and friend, Senator Murkomen, now Minister for Roads, I must say that I want to join issue with him on the question of the importance of separation of powers, given that, Mr. Speaker, the House as a whole has an obligation as a legislature to oversight the executive. And I think that is a function that is not only exercisable by the minority side or the opposition, but also by the other side of the majority, because they must ensure that government is kept in check and that they perform every task in line with the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today also to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Murkomen, for his appointment they will get the approval or the nod of Parliament. I believe that my other colleague, the Honorable Kithure Kindiki, the Minister for Internal Security, will also get a nod because I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to have this executive in place so that they serve Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I have an issue that is burning even before I go to the speech, and that is the issue of performance of functions of these ministries. And on the question of fertilizer subsidy, Mr. Speaker, in my home county in Kisumu, we are having problems securing the fertilizer, the fertilizer that is currently available at 3,500 shillings from the NCPB because of a decline in registration of members. It is a fact that I've communicated to the incoming Minister for Agriculture, and I hope that the people of Kisumu will not suffer because they are unable to access the commodity. Instead, our neighbors from Cherargei County are coming in, getting registered and taking away our fertilizer. So that's an issue that needs to be resolved. But, Mr. Speaker, on the President's speech, let me start, of course, by congratulating President Ruto on His Excellency William Ruto on assuming office and on taking up the charge of this country. But, Mr. Chief Speaker, it is important that as a member of this Senate, I must point to issues that need to be pointed to and that fall short in his presidential speech. I agree with Senator Murkomen on the question of the importance of the judiciary as an arm of government. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, the judiciary budget as at the financial year 2022-2023 stands at 18.9 billion. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, this 18.9 billion was given against the projection or the projected budget of 39.5 billion, falling short of the requirement of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know the judiciary runs several courts and has huge staff. And both judicial independence as an important facet of independence and the independence of judges, decisional independence, are aspects of independence that must be safeguarded by ensuring that the judiciary is met at its need. International practice, Mr. Speaker, sir, requires that judiciaries in the world be resourced, and most countries, Mr. Speaker, sir, place the funding of judiciaries at 2.5%. Out of the budget of 3.3 trillion in the last budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, the budget given to the judiciary of 18.9 billion amounts to 0.0189 trillion percent, 0.0189%, which is still short of the budget. It is less than 1% of the national budget, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I believe the government can do better and give the judiciary more money so that it meets its target of 39.5 billion that it sought in the budget. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the Judiciary Fund has been activated, and that was done by the retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. And so under Article 173, that fund is functional. And I believe that going forward, we need to capacitate the judiciary so that it can deliver to the people of this country. Going to the other question that I want to mention and that is of interest to me is the question of climate change, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, climate change impacts on every life. And every concept or principle of environmental law, the principles of intergenerational equity, behove upon us to ensure that we manage our environment to the level that we will pass on to the next generation safely for use and application, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, we currently have a legal framework in the nature of Climate Change Act 2016, Act number 11 of 2016, which was enacted and which came into force on 27th May 2016. Now, the framework creates a council, a National Climate Change Council, chaired by His Excellency the President himself. That's at Section 5. At Section 7, we have a Climate Change Council, again, whose membership includes Cabinet Secretaries of this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. And of instruction, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the structure of the Act creates a framework that leads to carbon credits so that the control of global house GHGs is not just at the national level, but also at the county level, so that all citizens of this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, can benefit from carbon credits. And I think that's a powerful statement because that is why the Senate is involved in this action. And that national policy, as spelled out, Mr. Speaker, sir, should point to what government should do. The government can get funding from all fronts and ensure that the fund created at Section 25 is sufficiently funded so that every citizen of the 47 counties of this country can benefit from the Climate Change Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, if I may move on, let me point out that the President should have pointed deliberately to what amount of expenditure, amount of budget, he will add to the fund under Section 25 instead of stating generally that the government will be concerned or will prioritize climate change. My good friend Rosalinda Soipan is the Minister for Environment, and this is an area, a subject that is dear to my heart, and is a subject that I will follow to ensure that we are able to deliver as a country on the question of climate change, because climate change and the destruction of ozone layer is not about us. It is not about this country. It's about the entire world. And therefore, it is as important as the life of every citizen in the globe, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would propose, therefore, that on the question of climate change, the President's speech fell short and would have been more specific on the measures that should be taken to encourage or to ensure that every citizen is involved in activities that mitigate climate change or the advancement of climate change, because climate change not only affects basic life, Mr. Speaker, sir, but affects every aspect of life, including agriculture, Mr. Speaker, sir, including fishing, that is key to my county, Mr. Speaker, sir, including every other aspect of the life of our children, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I touch lastly on the question of parliamentary oversight. Article 93(2) of the Constitution remains the guiding compass on oversight. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, this House, under Article 96 of the Constitution, undertakes oversight in the same manner as the National Assembly and the county assemblies in this country. I think the role of oversight cannot be overstated. And when the President pointed to the need to create an oversight fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, all of us were happy because we believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Senate as an upper house must be strengthened to undertake its oversight role. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, I propose that, and apart from the provisions of Article 153 on the question of attendance of Cabinet Secretaries, and of course Cabinet Secretaries are enjoined to attend Senate if summoned, Mr. Speaker, sir, given the complementary provision of Article 10 on the obligation as public officers to be accountable. Mr. Speaker, sir, my proposal is that we will need to work with the National Assembly to ensure that we have legislation that creates ability of oversight by both the National Assembly and the Senate beyond what was provided for under the CDF Act. I think that the President lauded. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to thank you. That's all, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes. Let's, Senator for Kiambu County. Let's proceed. Yeah. You have 3 minutes. Then you continue on Tuesday, the balance of your minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for this opportunity for me to contribute on the presidential address to this House. Though I have 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker, as you have stated, I will continue on Tuesday when we resume in this House. Mr. Speaker, just like it was stated here by one Senator Cherargei, I would want to use the same words, although he never quoted where the words came from, but I would want to quote the same words in describing the President's debate with the words of Winston Churchill, that the presidential speech was like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject, but short enough to create interest. So, Mr. Speaker, it is for the first time in the history of this country that the opposition, immediately after the address, were never or were unable to give a comment. I remember an honorable member of the National Assembly saying no comment. Mr. Speaker, in the School of Communication we were told when you say no comment, 2 things happen. 1, you either did not comprehend, or 2, all your questions were answered. And I wouldn't want to believe that a member of Senate or the National Assembly would not be able to comprehend, so I would want to agree that all their questions were answered. Mr. Speaker, sir, the President started by, of course, congratulating the members for being elected. But what captured my attention was that in paragraph 10 of his address, he said, with the support of Kenyans, we have dislodged ethnicity as a central organizing principle of our politics. Mr. Speaker, this is true. And coming from Mount Kenya, this cannot be far from the truth.
Thank you, Senator Karungo Wadhangwa. You have 13 minutes on Tuesday. We'll start with you. So maybe you must be around early enough.
Thank you very
Otherwise,
much,
we'll
Mr.
lose the opportunity to proceed with 13 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 11th October 2022 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
Honorable Senators, we do have quorum to